Loving your filter there, Sandy.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are
That's
you?
hilarious. You were Santa for a second, and now you're an elf.
Yes, I'm an elf. I was trying to decide which one to go with today.
I love it. It's
So
Christmas week. We're
I've uh,
going up
I've
there. So
settled on the elf.
well,
Yes.
I love it. All right. So what happened over the weekend? What's been going
So
on?
we had a relatively busy weekend, actually.
Did we?
Yes.
All right.
So first of all, let's start off with a bit of good news.
Okay. That's good.
Yes, good news Monday. So we did have one of our own really just set himself apart in terms of the world of sports. So we've been watching this young man since last week performing at the World Championships in Australia,
Mhm.
and we were so pleased to see that he actually won a gold. So congratulations to Jordan Crooks. 20 years old, he's made history and has become the first Caymanian to win gold on day 5 of the men's finals at the World Championships in Melbourne, Australia. So he edged out by a smidgen, but hey, a win is a win,
Yeah.
even if it's by a second. So he edged out Britain's Benjamin Proud by
Nice.
0.03 seconds.
Well, that's
Yeah,
cool. That's really awesome.
absolutely. So he's actually returning today, and everyone is invited to come out to the airport this afternoon to welcome him back home. So please do if you can.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, in other news, we have a few incidents over the weekend. So, we did have a stabbing incident on Friday
Mm.
at the establishment says it's not inside of their business. So, but it's in the vicinity of the Marquee Plaza. And there's only one bar in there that would probably be drawing a particular type of traffic. It's definitely not the coffee shop. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So it
that
was
is
outside.
happening. That happened on Friday. The police haven't yet announced anything in relation to that, but the police are having a press conference later on today as the government, the governor, the premier, and the leader of the opposition got together and issued a joint statement on Friday
I
to
could
say that
see
they
that.
are very, very concerned. My
Yeah.
apologies. They're very concerned about the increase in armed robberies, and so they are now offering $100,000 reward to anyone with information that leads to the arrest and capture of these individuals.
Yeah, I was just gonna
No,
say that. I saw they added $75,000 to the 25,000, so, $100,000 if you can help pinpoint and convict these people that are doing this right now.
absolutely.
That's a big reward.
Yes, for sure. So
Mhm.
people need to step forward because it's, people know what's going on. And so if you know what's going on, and you're doing nothing about it, then you kind of become part of the problem as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So yes, so those are some of the trending headlines today. There's a press conference, as I said, later on this afternoon, and we'll see what sort of updates the police have for us in relation to that. There was another incident last night in the exact same plaza. Mhm.
Mm,
That uh, ended in some sort of a police. One person says it was an escort where they were escorting the individuals to the hospital because a man was shot and
what?
underwent surgery last night.
What complex? Wait, hold on. What complex is this that all this is
Marquee
happening?
Plaza.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, I
Really?
don't think they're hanging out at the coffee shop, but there you go.
Wow.
And of course, in sports news, the big news is that World Cup final was yesterday.
It was
Congratulations to Argentina. They
it
won
was
in what?
phenomenal.
Yes, everybody says it is definitely
Oh,
by far, hands down, the best football final match in at least 30 years, if not ever.
you know what? It was phenomenal to watch, and it
Yeah,
was like, I mean, you just gotta give it up to both teams. They were wonderful. Very
absolutely.
glad Argentina won and Messi got his cup. So
Yeah,
there we
yeah.
go.
He can now retire on a high note.
Yeah, no, that
So,
was phenomenal, and, yeah,
yeah,
it
we have
went
talked about it
into
a little bit this morning.
overtime, then it went into penalty kicks, and
Yeah.
wow, it was so cool. So, yeah, congrats to Argentina on their win, but, yeah,
Mhm.
you're heading over to Bobo, so you're gonna continue your show now, so
Yes, absolutely. We're ready.
tune into that, and I'll see you tomorrow morning,
Okay,
Sandy.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too, bye.
All right, folks. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is me, my Santa outfit. I'm an elf today. Let's go ahead and get the show started. Good morning to everyone. How are you guys doing? Happy Monday, by the way.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, beaver grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
All right, folks, good morning and happy Monday. So good to see all of you here this morning. Just sending my links out to everyone to make sure that everyone is tuned in. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. It was a busy weekend. I feel like it was one of those weekends where it was like, was it a long holiday weekend? It just felt awfully busy. So this is my little elf outfit for today. For those of you who are joining me on social, you'll see that I have a nice filter on that includes my elf hat, little blonde hair in the front, my elf ears, and I'm ready to go, ready to give out some more prizes a bit later on in today's show as well. So if you've not won as yet, don't worry. We still have lots of prizes to doll out. So make sure you continue to listen. Get those Google fingers ready. Somebody said to me on Friday that, oh, you got to make people do it like on the live so that they don't have time to Google it. I'm like, I don't care if they have time to Google it or not. I mean, some of these answers legitimately you would not know the answer without using Google. Believe me, unless you live in very, very specific countries and stuff. So it's not about making it impossible for people to win or over challenging your brain or pushing you to know all these things just off the cuff. If you need to use Google, hello, that's how most of us find out the information that we have. You just got to make sure that the source is reliable, because of course, not everything that you see online is reliable, folks. So let's do a bit of Monday Rewind. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about what I did over the weekend. So, of course, it was an amazing day yesterday. So let's start a little bit in reverse. And then we'll get to a few bits and pieces outside of that. So here we go, folks.
Time for Monday Rewind. The Cold Hard Truth's Monday Rewind show recaps the weekend's news and events so you don't miss a beat.
Don't miss out.
All the weekend's source, news, gossip, and well, it wouldn't be a weekend recap show without traffic accidents too. Cayman Marl Road is Cayman's #1 news source and has the island's hottest morning talk show.
It's the hottest.
Make sure you don't miss a beat with Monday Rewind.
Rewind.
Tune in every Monday from 7:30 a.m. on both YouTube and Facebook.
All right, folks, welcome back to the program. Again, I hope you guys had a safe weekend. There's a lot of action over the weekend, so let's go ahead and start it with that. I'm just sending out some links here to everyone on WhatsApp. I felt like somebody messaged me on Thursday or Friday asking to be added to the WhatsApp group. Not sure that you were added because, to be honest, I don't remember. So if for some reason you're not getting the notifications, just message me again. Just remember that I need your name because I need to actually be able to save you to the phone, right? So that you can get the notifications. Otherwise, that's just not how WhatsApp works. You can't randomly send people WhatsApp messages. And likewise, in order for it to work for you guys, you've actually got to save the WhatsApp number as well. We need to start doing our Tech Thursday segments back into the new year so that we can keep up with all the technology that's out there and available. Mm-hmm. All right. So I think everyone has received their notifications. Very good. Okay. So let's get on with it. Of course, yesterday, big day in the world of sports, World Cup. I think football still remains the world's number one sports, despite the fact that there have been lots of, challenges over the years and lots of questions about that entire organization, CONCACAF, FIFA, the whole thing has undergone a huge degree of magnification and question marks all over the place as it relates to just how the business is being run, because it is a business, right? I think we all should recognize that by now, that it's a business. People are in it to make money, and everyone is trying to get a piece of the pie. And there's nothing in theory wrong with that as long as they do it the right way. But as we've seen, look at ourselves, honey chill, the mix up that we're in, that everybody was trying to get a piece of the pie and not actually have to do the work. They don't want to have to bake the pie and knead the dough and buy the ingredients, and they just want to steal the pie. So you can't have it both ways, folks. You really, really can't. And so stealing the pie is not the way that we definitely don't want to encourage people to do that. You've got to do things the honest way in life. And I'm always surprised when people try to take shortcuts and stuff, because in most instances it's so unnecessary. You can get there and you can. Oh gosh, I did not mean to press that button. Perhaps it's most appropriate. You can get there by hard work, and sometimes not even hard work. Sometimes just working smarter. You can get there by just doing the right thing. So anyway, congratulations to Argentina. If you were not an Argentina fan yesterday, if you're pulling for France, well, I'm hoping that you're still congratulating them today, because I think as it relates to the world of football, that was a game. And I'm not a huge football fan. You guys know this already. Most times I don't watch a football game ever. But I must say that this match was, without a doubt, I would say the most, again, someone who doesn't really watch football, but in terms of World Cup and finals, it has to be the best in at least 30 years. Wouldn't you say? You guys can agree or disagree with me. Do let me know what your thoughts are. But no, I mean, this was epic. I mean, it was, it started out, of course, at our place, we hosted a few folks over. So I was busy in the kitchen making some hors d'oeuvres and putting together some little finger foods and that sort of thing. So I was actually up the night before making my version of custard top without the custard top. Delicious. Only one little piece left, honey gel, brownies and everything else. So, it's safe to say that we were ready in this household to have a good time. And yeah, Argentina started out pretty strong. I thought, oh man, is this going to be like a, 3-0 game or 2-0 game or whatever? But France was not going down without a fight. They were the defending champs, and they came back in the second half of the game and really just, put Argentina to the pressure. And I mean, they scored like 2 points in like 2 minutes or something. It was unbelievable. If you heard the uproar in this house when that happened, believe me, it was like, oh, wow. Just unbelievable in terms of the sort of comeback. Still, there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. So I feel like at the end of the day, France gave its best shot, but Argentina penalty kicks and the rest of it just outscored them in the end. And everybody's like, oh, I wish it didn't have to come down to penalty kicks. But, those games, unfortunately, can't just go on forever. So I guess those are the rules in terms of how it works into overtime. And then it went into penalty kicks. So yeah, congratulations to Argentina. Lots of people were, I feel like, kind of flip-flopping back and forth. So I don't know. Some people were not really Argentina fans, but yesterday they were. and they were doing their best to just be on the winning side. And then you had people posting on social media, I'm going down with France no matter what. I'm on that French ship. I'm going to sink with them. And hey, it's just a game, you know, all good fun. And, you know, now everybody's saying that Messi is that how he properly pronounces his name, Messi? That he, you know, gets to retire on a high note, because apparently he has the championship, the World Cup has been the one thing that has eluded him professionally. So it was an amazing time for him personally. And of course, Argentina got to claim what in the world of football is the ultimate trophy. So there's a headline here that was written in the New York Times that said that Lionel Messi had to wait and wait and wait. And he had to wait again until he was reaching the sunset of his glittering, glorious career. He had to wait until he had already tasted the sting of defeat in a World Cup final. This is how, you know, this is just how life is. Sometimes you don't always win at the sort of, you know, onset of your career, even sometimes in the prime of your career. Sometimes that's you're starting to wind down a little bit. And it said that he had to wait even after he seemed to have inspired Argentina's team to beat France in this year's final on Sunday, but in regulation time, then again in extra time. And he had to wait until after he scored 2 goals. And of course, you know, again, France was not going down without a fight. So the young man there, what's his name? Kylian Mbappe from France. You know, they say that he's become the first man to score a hat trick in a World Cup final in more than half a century. So he himself was really, I mean, he did well. And he's obviously, everybody is patting him on the back this morning as well. Although towards the end, he was very, you could tell when he was collecting his little trophy and his little shoe and everything, the gold boot or whatever they call it. Oh man, poor guy. That look in his face. Even the French president was there and he was trying to console him. Because boy, he looked like womp, womp, womp. Where's that? Yeah, sad face, little tears and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the article goes on to say that Messi's wait, his agony, finally came to an end. And so, you know, this is Argentina's 3rd World Cup, but the first for him. So interesting, 36 years old. So I think it's safe to say that this will be his last. Mm-hmm. And no, he's 35. My apologies. No, he's 35, and Argentina has had to wait 36 years for a 3rd World Cup. So they won 36 years ago, before he was even born. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, well, there you have it. So it was an exciting game. Everybody was into it. Even people who were not initially watching it in the first half, by the second half, when they saw people posting on social media and there was lots of excitement, they were like, oh my gosh, turn on the game. They were calling me, where can I find it? I'm like, yeah, it's like on 100 channels. Like, seriously. Pick any 100 channel that you want. And of course, big shout out to the Cayman Islands Football Association. They were represented there. So I understand that CIFA President Alfredo Whitaker was in full force there at the World Cup. So let me just show you his picture. And there was a couple other people there from Cayman as well, representing. And they sent some photos that we shared on social media in case you missed any of those. So here's Alfredo. There he is. Look at that. So he says in his post, today I had the opportunity to witness the best World Cup final in 30 years. Even, I think it's supposed to say, even though Brazil was knocked out, I have to say congratulations to Messi and his Argentina team. Great World Cup, and the Qatar people. Thanks for such a warm and great hospitality. So apparently, because he is CIFA president, they got free tickets to go. And they were there, I think, for the first 2 weeks as well. And I understand, again, that's on the tab of the International Federation or whatever. So they got to watch 3 games. And then there's always a FIFA Congress that begins before the first game. So some interesting things during the game that made people think and pause. Lots of people are critical of the Argentina team, who has, interestingly enough, no people of color on their team. And they say that, Argentina is not necessarily the most diverse culture in the world. Some people might go as far as saying that they're kind of prejudiced. I don't know. I don't really know that many Argentinians that I can think of per se. I'm sure I must know one or two, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. The French team had more diversity on it than the Argentina team, which is kind of funny. But it is what it is. I mean, maybe there'll be some emergence of diversification in all areas of sports. So I don't know. Diamond Princess, good morning. How are you? Stephen is here. Good morning to Miss Morna. Chantel says, what a beautiful Monday. It is indeed. Miss Lucille says, a very good morning, Sandy. I love your hat. Leave one for me. This is my virtual outfit now, Miss Lucille. I do have some real hats, actually. Maybe I'll wear one of those tomorrow. But they get a little bit hot, and that's why the virtual hat works out with the little blonde bit in the front. Works out perfectly for me. Jeff Pucci's in the house. Jeff says, good morning, Sandy. Beautiful day. Big congrats to Cayman swimmer. Yes, Jordan Crooks. We're going to get to that here in a second. Barbara, good morning to you. Marshall's in the house. Johan says, CMR is being hosted today by a wicked alpha. No, it's Santa's helper, the good elf. Miss Bonnie sending her morning greetings from East End. Johan has CMR. When are you interviewing World Championship? Hello, Jordan Crooks. Thank you for that, Johan, because I'd like to know when I'm interviewing him too. I don't know the Crooks family. Does anybody know the Crooks family? Somebody put through a phone call for me and tell them we need this young man on the show. I would love to be able to do an interview with him, and I will clear my schedule as much as possible to make that happen. So he actually returns today. So make sure that you know that he's back today. And the Ministry of Sports and Culture is hosting his return. So feel free to go out and support this afternoon at the airport. Now, it's going to be a bit of a busy day today, but make time for this because I think that this young man needs to be applauded. So in case you were asleep all weekend and missed the news, this young man has made Cayman history for the first person of any sport to win a gold in a World Cup event. And of course, this is the 50-meter swimming. We saw last week that he was doing really, really well. He made the finals and his score was great. And so I don't know that anybody was really thinking that we would actually win gold. But hello, congratulations, young man. What an amazing, win. And it's only by 0.03 seconds, but I don't care. A win is a win is a win. Believe me, you, right? So congratulations to this young man. I think this is amazing. Let's look at some of his photos. Look at him making us proud there. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. There he is again, getting his gold medal. And there he is, representing Cayman. Right in the middle, gold, right next to Great Britain, Benjamin Proud. And then that's Trinidad and Tobago, TTO, Dylan Carter, Cayman third. So what can I say except we are winners? Gold medal. His sister also swims, right? I think this is like a swimming family, honey chill. So I keep telling Gigi, this is what you want to aspire to, because she's a little bit iffy in the pool. And I said, honey child, you might not be a Serena Williams, because I see her in that pickleball lawn in her backyard. I'm thinking, combination of daddy's two left feet and you're lefty. Yeah, I'm not so sure you're going to be a Serena Williams quite yet. Maybe you'll be a late bloomer. I mean, I don't know. But, swimming, there's always hope for swimming, child. So let's get in that pool. When kids say things like, it's not the winning. It's not about winning. And child, I'd be like, I said, yes, it is. My daughter said that to me yesterday. It's not about winning. I said, yes, it is. Who's telling you that? Her dad always makes fun of me because he tells everybody I'm so competitive. He's like, ew, You think the Argentinians are competitive or France is competitive? Look at this one over here, and I have to laugh. I'm like, really? Am I really that competitive? I don't know. But who goes in it to lose it? Nobody. You got to go in it with a winning attitude and do your best. If you don't win, then it's not the end of the world. Obviously, you pick yourself up and you get back out there and you try to kick their butts the next time. So my daughter's like, Daddy said it's not about if you win or you lose. I'm like, child, please. Don't listen to Daddy in this situation. It is about if you win or lose for most things in life. Nobody's going to be rewarding you get a little gold boot. Okay. But you're still not the winner, So there's something to be said for winning, honey chill. So anyway, congratulations to this young man. I think that this is absolutely amazing. He's done well and made us very, very proud. First Caymanian gold, and in anything really, because I don't think we've won gold and the world stage. Regionally, I think sometimes we've gotten a few maybe gold medals at what's the regional track and field event called again? Oh gosh, I've forgotten. But I think that's going to be coming up. Is that not coming up again? We hosted it about maybe 3-4 years ago. But anyway, yes, honey chow. So this is amazing. Look at that young man making us all proud. I'm very, very proud of him. He swam well. And so they're actually going to be having a reception in his honor as well. So the government will be recognizing him, and I think we need to recognize him a bit more. Good morning to the Cayman Kind Committee. Marshall says it's not just a game. In some countries, there's a lot of turmoil, fighting, and even killing over a football match. Yeah, honey child, these people be crazy out there for football. I was reading something yesterday. I forgot where I saw that about Mbappe's dad saying why he didn't play because I think his background is African. I can't remember which part of Africa now. But his dad had been quoted some years ago, as saying why he didn't play for his home country. And it was really because they wanted money for him to play for his home team. And he said, that France didn't require that. So it's so interesting. I don't know what to say. I feel like, the world has had a sordid past in relation to colonialism and all sorts of stuff. And unfortunately, there's some countries that just have not improved. And, a lot of the same countries that themselves were colonies are the ones who are the most atrocious now when it comes to human rights violations and just straight up corruption. Let's just be very, very honest and call it what it is. So the Argentinian team was seen celebrating. There's someone here who says Argentina's goalkeeper, Emiliano Martinez, calls for a minute of silence for French star Kylian Mbappe during their indoor celebration after winning the World Cup for the third time after 36 years. And this is coming after the comment Mbappe made about South American football. The French players said the advantage we have in Europe is that we play amongst ourselves with high-level matches all the time, such as the Nations League. When we arrive at the World Cup, we are ready. Where Brazil and Argentina do not have this level in South America, football is not as advanced as in Europe, and that's why at the last World Cups, it's always the Europeans who win. Interesting. However, during Argentina's dressing room celebration, Martinez halted the party where the teammates were singing a minute of silence as he exuberantly chanted for Mbappe, who is dead. His classmates laughed at this before starting off another round of celebration. Many have stated that he was just being small-minded as Mbappe got 3 goals past him to push the game to penalty shootout after extra time. Yeah, that's petty and silly if you ask me. Obviously, he's disappointed, but like I said, still showed decent sportsmanship I think at the end of the day, he exchanged jerseys. Who did he exchange jerseys with? Somebody else, and then they kind of hug it out on the field. It's good to see that level of sportsmanship as well, because even when you lose, honey child, you still gotta do what you gotta do. So be a good sportsman about it, No need to be sour grapes now. Progressives. Did I just say that? Or was that a Freudian slip? Nope, must be Salty Monday because I'm pretty sure it wasn't a Freudian slip. So here he is with his dad. And the quote that I was just telling you about, it says that in 2008, his father was quoted as saying, "At first, I wanted my son to play for Cameroon, but someone at the Cameroon Football Federation charged a sum of money that I didn't have to make him play. The French didn't charge anything." Can you now see how terrible corruption has affected Africa, is what this post goes on to say. Imagine all the stars African nations would have had if they didn't ask players to bring money before selecting them to play. I am ashamed, and don't ever blame a player of African origin for playing for a European nation. Mbolo was asked for bribe, but he didn't have money, so he went to play for Switzerland. And then he scored against Cameroon, and Africans came out to curse him for refusing to pay a bribe. What a hot mess. This one says, I can beat my chest and tell you if Ronaldo and Messi were in Nigeria, they would be hawking because obviously no one would let them play for Nigeria. I guess if they don't pay, is what they're saying. So it says, we have lost many big names due to corruption in Africa. Until we stop corruption in football, trust me, Africa country will never win the World Cup. So, hey, I think we're very, very aware now of the level of corruption that happens in the world of football. It seems like the two kind of go hand in hand. So, hopefully they're starting to clean up their act, because it's definitely not a good look for anyone. And it undermines the entire integrity of the sports. This was a view that, oh gosh, what's his name now on Facebook? Can't remember his name, but he was there from Cayman representing, and he sent us sort of an inside view of the stadium. Over 89,000 people there. Isn't that amazing? I mean, it was definitely packed. I was thinking to myself, oh, thank God that this didn't happen during COVID, honey child, because I don't know what they would have done. Had virtual people in the stand? Not quite sure how well that would have worked out. But here they are representing the IPM group. Yes. Very good. There's another photo there. Look at the masses of people. And they said that the vast majority of people in the stand were actually from Argentina. So the French didn't have the benefit of a lot of, people in the stand cheering them on, because Argentina, I heard that the government of Argentina actually flew in several large planes full of people so they could have even more people there. So, honey child, they love them some football. And in some countries, if you lose, they like, don't come back. Stay right where you are, because they get very upset. I mean, it's crazy. Over the years, people have even lost their lives in the name of sports, because people are like, oh, you can't come back if you lost a football match. To me, that's just stupid, but it's a reality that some people have to live with. Hopefully that sort of mentality is dying down a bit. Jonathan says it's 100% all about winning. Not all about winning, but it's about winning. And, sportsmanship is important and all those things as well. But it's also just in life that you have to understand, in all things, that you win some, you lose some, and you just keep trying. It's more about the trying than it is the winning. Not years ago. This was recently. What am I talking about years ago? You're getting old when you want to say with every story, I remember when I was a tad bit of a lad back in 1801. And you're like, what? Many, many moons ago, years ago, I was just but a little thing. And the earth was still forming. It's like, what? You're from the dinosaur era? No, it wasn't that long ago. Recently, I was reading something online. I think it was an article or something. And this person was saying that every single night at the dinner table, people have their moments at dinner. Their father always used to ask them, tell me what you failed at today. And they were like, what? And he says, yes, tell me what you failed at today. And they were kind of like, what I failed at? Why on earth would you want to know what I failed at? And of course, kids don't always understand why certain things are the way that they are. And so their father continued, a couple kids, every single time, tell me what you failed at today. And the whole point, I'm trying to see if I feel like I might have saved this actually. Let me see if I can find it. But every single time, that they would tell their dad what they failed at, he said, good, now you have to keep trying. So the perspective from their father is, it's not about the end result of winning all the time, but sometimes you've got to fail 1,000,000 times before you get to the win. Argentina, 36 years is a long time. But there you have it, they're back as world champions. And it just so happens that, that's just how life is. You just have to keep going. And it's about the grit. Let me see if this is the one. Hold on one second. This might be the video that I'm thinking of. Give me 1 second. Let me see. So there's something to be said, not for the failure itself, but it's in the trying and the never giving up that's really, really important. Yeah? All right, let's see if this is the video I'm thinking of.
I started studying kids and adults in all kinds of super challenging settings. And in every study, my question was, who is successful here and why? One characteristic emerged as a significant predictor of success. And it wasn't social intelligence, it wasn't good looks, physical health, and it wasn't IQ. It was grit. Grit is passion and perseverance for very long-term goals. Grit is having stamina. Grit is sticking with your future, day in, day out, not just for the week, not just for the month, but for years, and working really hard to make that future a reality. Grit is living life like it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yes, honey child. Life is a marathon, not a sprint. And I'm not a marathon runner by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I'm designed physically for sprints. Let's be honest. But in my head, I totally understand. It's not for the faint of heart. The whole concept is when they say it's, life is about the marathon, it's like, listen, you're in it for the long haul. There are always going to be these bumps and hurdles along the way. And you have just got to continue to stay with the path, no matter what. Life is full of roadblocks. And you've got to sometimes forge an entire new road. CMR, we've done this. People tell you no, you say, okay, and you do it anyway. Don't let people stop you, honey child. You've got to just stick with it. So interesting. Let me see if I can find another good one. I like these because, but the specific one I'm looking for, I'm trying to think if maybe I didn't actually save it. Here's another good one about just having the grit in life.
I do not define myself by how many roadblocks have appeared in my path. I define myself by the courage I've found to forge new roads. I do not define myself by how many disappointments I've faced. I define myself by the forgiveness and the faith I have found to begin again. I do not define myself by how long a relationship lasted. I define myself by how much I have loved and been willing to love again. I am not my pain. I am not my past. I am that one soul who emerged from the fire.
Yes, honey child, emerge victorious. Can we get a hallelujah up in here this morning? Good morning, Miss Lavana. All right, very good. Alice is here. Alejandro, good morning to you. Lynette is in the house. She says, wow, that's awesome. Yes, that's definitely amazing. I'm sure you must be talking about Jordan Crooks. Isn't that amazing, young man? Good morning to Scott. Wee Wee's here. Miss Brenda is here. Good morning, Miss Brenda. She says his father is Nigerian, but the son was actually born in France. Yes, Carifta. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Miss Brenda. Good. Miss Brenda says, Sandra, you're rocking that Santa outfit. Thank you, my little Santa elf. Thank you. Debbie's in the house. Omeria's here. She says, pleasant good morning at Sandy and all our 3 islands. It's a beautiful day in the Cayman Islands. All right. Jonathan claims his coffee is getting cold. In other words, he is bored by the current discussion. Poor Jonathan. Jonathan, what did we just say about life is a marathon? You want to sprint to the finish line. You're gonna pull something in your leg, a calf muscle. You're gonna get tendonitis, something. Relax yourself. We just warming it up, honey child. All right. So those were definitely some of the highs over the weekend. We had enjoyed a bit of, victory for Cayman gold. We have victory for Argentina. For those of you, Alejandra's laughing. For those of you who were pulling for Argentina, and even those of you who were pulling for France, France still did amazing. So I went and got my COVID booster shot on Saturday. I've got a listener to the program. Miss Charlene, are you listening? I saw her earlier on Saturday, and she said to me, Sandy, because I said, I'm going to get it. I've been saying that for months now, because even before I got COVID a couple months ago, I was like, oh yeah, I need to get my booster. And I couldn't remember when the last time was that I actually had my booster, because I did the one in Savannah at what's it called? The MP's office there. Yeah. And apparently what she said to me, she's like, oh, that's been like a year already. And I'm like, really? January is going to be a year. And I thought, wow, it's been longer than I thought. So you guys know I got COVID, but I was fine. And so this is what y'all need to know. I got both my COVID shot and a flu shot, one in each arm, honey Jill. I'm all boosted up and ready to go. Listen, the pandemic is not over. Someone said, I'm like, people are so funny. Someone said, oh, well, I thought we were going to have to live with it. And I was like, listen, you know that some of y'all just really do get on my last nerve. I have to be very, very honest with you. I replied and said, yes, living with it doesn't mean that you're going to be dying with it. How you live with it is that you get your booster shots, right? If it gives you a few months of protection, that's better than nothing, especially if you fall into the category of individuals who are considered high risk. And those of you like myself who are carrying around excess weight, if you have high blood pressure, you're diabetic, any of these things, you are in a high risk category. Do not kid yourself. Every single day, COVID is still killing people. Okay. You just have COVID fatigue and you're ignoring it. Just because you're ignoring it and you're not reading about it doesn't mean that COVID is not killing people. 6.7 million deaths worldwide from this disease. And it continues, to take its toll. COVID dashboards are still being kept up to date. We've had 647 million cases. Let's round that up to 648 and 6.7 deaths now. They've got all the charts still with Europe and the Americas and the Western Pacific, Southeast Asia, Africa, the East Mediterranean, and how everyone has fared, including the Caribbean. So by country, the United States has had the most confirmed cases, followed by India. And by the way, not for nothing, but America, who's supposed to be a first world country and think that they know it all over there on that side of the international airport. Yeah. And they're the ones with the biggest conspiracy theories in the world. They have had more infections, not by a small margin, but by a significant number. What's the population of the United States versus India? Because I'm pretty sure India outpopulates them by probably a couple billion. But you know what I'm saying? They've had over 98 million infections in America, rounded up to 99. And India has had 45. And And, a large part of that has to do with America's slack attitude towards COVID. Half of them still don't want to believe that COVID exists because, the little president there with the pink hair or the orange hair, whatever he is, the little orange man, told them to drink bleach and they'll be fine. I'm so disappointed sometimes in America. My God. France comes in at 38 million cases. And then you've got Germany close, very, very close to France, actually, in terms of numbers. And then Brazil, not far behind them. Republic of Korea, Japan, Italy, the United Kingdom, the Russian Federation, Turkey, and Spain kind of round out the top infected countries. So, America has not been an example that anyone should seek to emulate. Believe me, you. They come in. Let me see where they come in terms of deaths. Let me see if I can get you some information. So they have 3,701 new deaths. Is that per day? This is as of December 13th. In terms of the vaccination numbers, the figures have been updated as of the 16th of December. But anyway, folks, it's still very much with us. And what is happening this particular year is that they actually have, unfortunately, what they're calling the trifecta. In other words, it's COVID, it's the seasonal flu, and the seasonal flu kills people too. So don't mess around with that too much. And then the children are having RSV, which is a respiratory disorder that's also attacking them. So they are referring to this year's whole situation as a triple-demic. All right. So we've got 2 difficult COVID winters, the respiratory sickness that is, they're saying, rivaling some of the worst cold and flu seasons on record ever. It started 2 months early, and they're seeing young children who are falling extremely ill and ending up in pediatric hospitalization wards for the highest recorded numbers for RSV. Now, I didn't know anything about this RSV thing, but apparently you got to pay attention to your children getting sick as well. For the most part, most children have not been terribly impacted by COVID. They get it, and a lot of times they don't even know they get it. It just feels like a mild case of the cold or sniffles or whatever. They're expecting influenza, which normally peaks in February, to again have some high levels. And they're saying that the hospitalization rates are at their highest level for this time of the year in more than a decade. I just want to remind you guys, this still remains a very, very serious situation. I was saying to someone over the weekend, here in Cayman, we cannot sit back on our laurels. We can't, everybody has fatigue. I get it. Everybody got tired of hearing about COVID and booster shots and whatever. But this is how we have kept our population in pretty good stead when it comes to COVID. Get vaccinated and get boosted. Yeah, that's how you, what did the person say? I thought we are learn to live with it. That's how you live with it. You protect yourself as much as you can. Lots of people are traveling now as well. The airplanes are fully loaded, going and coming. And so, y'all jumping in a plane, going to Miami, and you feel weird. You're like that 1 in 10 people in the mall who's still wearing a mask. But you have to know that if you don't, you're increasing your chances. If you're not washing your hands as frequently, if you're not social distancing, these are things that we could adopt as regular practices. I feel like our government public health needs to get back on the job. So COVID illness is lower than it was in the last 2 Decembers, but it's also climbing. And public health officials have been warning for weeks that a triple-demic of COVID-19, flu, and RSV could strain an already weary healthcare system. So they have seen hospitalizations increasing already, and they think that RSV has peaked nationally, but of course they're also keeping a very, very close eye on the situation there. I was when I was in Miami a few weeks ago, I was listening to NPR. You guys know I love to listen to National Public Radio. And they were talking about some hospital in Boston, which had so many infections, respiratory related, between RSV, really bad cases of the flu that require hospitalization, and COVID. They had patients back out in the hallway again. I was like, what the hello? Yeah. Back in the hallway in beds, trying to find room. Where are they going to push them? Where are they going to keep them? What a mess. So it says here that weekly hospitalizations for RSV among children are the highest that they've seen since the Center for Disease Control and Prevention began its surveillance of this in 2018 season. And roughly 1 in every 70 babies 6 months and older have been hospitalized. That's a lot since the beginning of October. And this is according to some preliminary estimates. Wow. And so they're saying that with the surging flu and COVID circulating, respiratory illness has overwhelmed pediatric wards across the country. This is in the US, shifting the strain to emergency rooms and children's hospitals, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. So Dr. Daniel Rauch, who's chief of pediatric hospital medicine at Tufts Medical Center, says that they are pretty scared for the winter. He says, I don't know if our staff can keep up. They're hoping that this might be the peak now. The oldest Americans remain extremely vulnerable to severe illness from COVID-19 and flu. And because the flu had an early outbreak this year and a dramatic rise, public health officials are worried about that particular age group. Dr. Fiona Havers, who is an infectious disease specialist at the CDC, has said COVID has not gone away. Hospitalizations, particularly in older adults and people with high-risk conditions, are still happening at high rates. Flu hospitalizations among the elderly are expected to increase in the coming weeks as families continue to travel and gather indoors for the holidays. The predominant type of flu that's actually circulating right now is a subtype of influenza A, known as H3, which tend to result in higher flu hospitalizations among the elderly, according to the CDC. The agency is expecting at least 150,000 hospitalizations and 9,300 deaths from flu alone so far this season. And it has also reported 30 deaths among children from the flu, a fraction of the 199 pediatric flu deaths estimated in the 2019-2020 season. So, it's not the worst, but still, if you have children, that you want to be very, very cautious about this. They've said that the available vaccines for both the flu and COVID-19 are good matches for the strains that are circulating. And that means that the shots should offer some protection against infection, though they're most effective at preventing against severe disease. And for those who already had the flu, the shot can still protect against another strain that they haven't been exposed to. So again, folks, it's no longer a question of whether or not you're going to get sick necessarily. It's a question of how bad is it going to be. And that is where you get the most effective protection from vaccinations when it comes to influenza, the flu, and COVID-19. So you might still get it, but you're in a much better position if you have been vaccinated. The boosters remain an area of concern all over the world. This data shows that only 36% of people 65 and older have gotten an updated COVID-19 booster this fall, and the rates are lower for all younger age groups, and about 15% of adults 65 and older, and about 46% of children have received the flu vaccine. So again, pretty low, especially for the older folks, pretty low vaccination numbers. So folks, just get it done. I mean, I don't know what y'all are waiting on, but in some instances, they're even talking about potentially bringing mask back, mask mandates. Oh, Lord Jesus. And so on. If you want to avoid those things, listen, just go get your booster. Did y'all hear about the hairy tongue or COVID toe? Yeah, these are all some of the scary side effects of COVID. And there's long haul COVID. So they're saying that even people with mild symptoms of COVID are still showing changes in their brains and stuff that they've never seen with any other disease ever. COVID is like just super crazy. Yeah. So do your best to stay healthy. Mm-mm-mm. All right. So I got my shot. Miss Charlene, you listening this morning? I'm perfectly fine. She's like, tell me in 2 days how you feel. Felt like I did the 2 days before. Nothing happened. They said to me they would prefer to give you the COVID shot in the non-dominant arm, and then the influenza shot in your dominant arm and the opposite arm. I think technically you could do both, like different areas of the arm, but really they prefer using 2 arms. Yeah. So I got the COVID shot in my left arm, and then I got the influenza one in the right arm because I am right-handed. So yeah, I barely felt it, to be honest. That nurse was pretty good. I went to Cost You Less. They were doing it from 4 to 8 p.m. on Saturday. So they need to be promoting the actual schedule more, because some of y'all still don't even know where it's available. But I thought that was an excellent location. So I went and availed myself of that. Just a little bit of prick. She said, take a deep breath. Yeah, I felt a little pinch. Boom, done. She put it in the next arm. Boom, done. I was like, all right, good to go. And you don't have to sit down and wait like you had to before. You know, remember when you first got it, they made you sit down for a minute just because they weren't really sure how it was new, how it was going to impact different people. I was ready to go. I was shopping. I was like, oh, let me grab some eggs because I want to cook some deviled eggs for tomorrow. So, yeah. I mean, I don't feel any different. Nothing. Soreness at the injection site. That's not something I'm going to run and let me report side effects. My arm is a little bit sore. That happens with every injection, every needle. So Miss Debbie says, it's snowing where you are. Wow, I want some. I love the frame. I know, right? Super cute. Miss Olive. Good morning, Sandy and the CMR crew. I'm feeling really sick, but I'm still here. Aw, hope you feel better. Jennifer says, didn't Argentina win the World Cup in 1986? Was that 36 years ago? Do the math. Olive, time is not Olive, sorry, Jennifer. Time is flying in 1986. Hold on. That is 36 years ago. So yes, they did win it in 1986, but that is 36 years ago. Y'all, you're still in the mindset of, oh, the 1980s was just yesterday. Honey child. We might be children of the 80s, but we're getting up there in age. Sonia, good morning. She says, mask and carry your hand sanitizer. Wash your hands plenty, 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 especially if you're traveling. The second you're going through that airport, all the germs are in the air and they're like coming on you, touching you on those planes and everything. Wear your mask on the planes. Try to still social distance if you can. Cayman Airways, please, if you see me traveling, don't put nobody next to me. Give me a little bit of space. I'm just saying. Miss Ethel's in the house. Wee Wee says, I got my 2. And I'm feeling good. Yes, honey child. Thumbs up. All right, folks. 936-BOBO is the telephone number to call in. So let's continue our discussion this morning. Oh, honey child. Which one should I touch on first? The Cubans or crime in Cayman? Let's touch on the Cubans because I feel like I can disperse with this as quickly as possible. Ay, caramba. What a hot mess. So we got footage over the weekend showing Cuban nationals scaling the fence at the detention center. Well, what can I tell you except this is nothing new. We have seen this before. I have posted it before and reported it before. And seems like nothing has been done about it. Now, to the best of my knowledge, CBC is responsible for securing the Cuban nationals at the detention center. So the process is they're not supposed to be randomly walking around as you see some of them are. Some of them do have permission. This is where, again, we don't know. The ones that we see, have they escaped out by climbing the fence, or they're the ones that have permission? We have no clue. There's no way to know or to tell. After they've been processed, the government has said that they're not prisoners, so we can't keep them locked up. So they have a right to be out in the community. They get their grocery store vouchers. They can go grocery shopping. Our government provides housing for them and so forth. So they get to do all of that. But when they're at the detention center, you should not see them scaling the fence. So this should not be happening. So this is them climbing over the fence. There they go. Right over those barbed wires. Clearly didn't design to keep anybody in or out, I guess. Yep. There they go. Yep, here comes another one. Climbing over. They got the formula figured out on how to scale that fence at the detention center. Now, this to me is pure slackness. There's no other word in our vernacular that could potentially describe what this is. Where are my English folks today? What would y'all call it? Cayman people can call it slackness. English people, what would you call it this morning? What would be the English term for this level of situation here? I don't even know. Slackness upon slackness, right? How the hell do we have a detention center that people can just scale the fence and leave whenever they feel like it? What exactly is the point of the fence and the detention center? And not only that, but we are paying security guards to stand up there monitoring these people. How on earth could that possibly be the case? So we kind of wasting our money, don't you think? Which security guard company is this? Whoever it is, they should be fired forthwith. Because I can assure you, what? We're paying you to stand there and let people scale the fence and go about their business? Out there begging on the streets? No, sir. This is a whole different level of things, I'm telling you. And once again, we do not know what they're up to, where they're going. But hold on a second now. CMR is on it a little bit. I'm going to tell y'all some of what they're doing. And I'm going to show y'all some evidence that is going to make you go, You see what Sandy be trying to warn us about? And me up in here cussing her talking about, oh, she's xenophobic. Half y'all don't even know what xenophobic means. Because clearly, I'm not xenophobic. I care about my country first. If I were a Cuban national, I would care about Cuba first and the Cuban nationals first, above all else. And we see that all the time, right? That's fine. That's fair. I don't have any issues with that. If you're American, care about America first. That's how you try to fix your own countries before you go into somebody else's backyard trying to dig up their skeletons or rebury their dead people and try to make their lawn pretty. Fix your own damn lawn first. Fix your bed of roses or thorns or whatever you got going on over there. If every country worked towards making their country the best possible country in the world, we would have far less issues. So look at this situation now. Y'all think that I'm kidding when I tell you that there's so much lawlessness and criminality in this country and we seem to be okay with importing a good degree of it? Look at this picture. These Cuban nationals are walking around with their little backpacks and whatever. I noticed that some of you keep talking about how they're wearing such nice shoes. You keep making reference to Nike shoes. I need to find out where they're getting these shoes from because I need me a new pair of shoes. And nobody minds a pair of Nike shoes now, but they don't come cheap. So they were stopped by an individual in a vehicle. Check out the truck. And according to an eyewitness, this person said this was today. They were hanging by the gas station and this dark-skinned man drove up and spoke with them, told them to walk down the road and he would pick them up so nobody wouldn't see them leaving with him to go work illegally. Who's responsible for this? Is this WORC? Yeah? Well, honey child, here we go. I don't know who this man is. Probably a Caymanian, you know, breaking the law, trying to get him some cheap labor. Now, I don't know exactly what kind of business he's in. Look like he might be construction, but you can put people to work in a construction site. The person went on to say, I saw a roofing company truck out there too, and even spoke to them before this man came and spoke with them about working. Couldn't hear so much as I was that close, but it seemed like the roofing company wanted them to work for a cheap price, and they said no and walked away. Then this dark-skinned man came and spoke with them for a while and make them walk down the street to get them, but made it seem like they left willingly so nobody could see that they left with him. Oh, honey child. What I would say is that unbelievable, but this is what's going on. So even the Cubans know that their labor has some value. I bet you probably not $6 an hour that they're working for either. Y'all sit there talking foolishness about minimum wage. They're like, nope, we're not working for no minimum wage. That's probably why they turned down the roofing guy. No, sir. So I guess at least these three got work illegally, of course. What a mess. Ah, boy. What next, Cayman? What next? I don't even know what to say. Anyway, works need to hire more staff, and they need to be out in these streets, and they need to be getting some intelligence so that they can deal with situations like this. Are we putting trackers on them still? Or are we not even bothering with that anymore? I reckon that's probably not even happening. Miss Darlene says, like everything, only in Cayman. Marshall says, for the English, it would be bloody disgusting. Amelia is asking, where are the guards? I don't know if they're sleeping, if they fell asleep, if they just don't care. Like, who knows where they are? Honestly, no clue. It's just shocking that this goes on and there's no degree of accountability. That's the part that really gets me the most. Nothing's going to happen. I have no faith. Y'all, call me a little bit pessimistic in this regard, but I have no faith that anything will happen in relation to this. Nobody's going to get fired. No security contract is going to be dismissed. None of it. It'll be just business as usual. We'll continue to pay these security guards a high price, and they'll continue to give us less than desirable service. So they're residential refugees or citizen refugees, says Miss Brenda. Marshall says they landed illegally, so they shouldn't be walking around freely in the community. Alejandro says the woman jumping fence too. You don't see them on the road, begs the question. He's like, why don't you see them? Well, in that picture, there's a woman there. So, there's not as many women, Alejandro. So that's probably why you don't quite see as many of them on the roads as you might the men. Someone was saying that they already had one booster. So did I. And this is my second booster. So they're asking if they should get a second one. So 2 questions. How long ago did you get your booster? And number 2, don't forget now that this is the Moderna bivalent one, which is the one that has the contents or has the protection against the most prevalent forms of the coronavirus. So I would say yes on that account. So a lot of people have been circulating this video. Did y'all see this video that was going around by Prime Minister? What's the guy's name in the UK again? Okay, hold on. Let me pull this into our live stream so you guys can see this. So the most recent Prime Minister, looks like he might last into the new year. Congratulations, UK. Good for y'all. He issued a statement about refugees. And so a lot of people are wondering, does this apply to us if we're taking this position on refugees? Because they're concerned about protecting the UK border. What about us? Ms. Darlene says pro-Caymanian, of course. Brenda says the term is criminal behavior. Alejandro says no surprise there. Wanda says gas station at Eastern Avenue, I suspect. I noticed that Eastern Avenue and that whole quadrant there seems to be a very popular place for them to hang out, which is kind of interesting because I've always thought of that as like a little miniature Kingston. So it's soon to be Little Havana as well. Or mess. Jamaicans might soon tell them to move out of this section, honey child, move up the street. Miss Darlene says the truth is the picture, there's no proof of anything illegal. No, unfortunately, without a statement, and this is where we're going to talk about criminality here in a second, but without a statement to go along with that, there would be nothing that you could do about it as authorities. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Mom. Yeah, only in the Cayman Islands, everything negative, everything negative. But anyway, thanks to the book, there's a few pages reading, folks. I got my Christmas present. It's called "The Light We Carry" by Mrs. Michelle Obama, past First Lady of the United States. And you know the Ferrero. I can make sure Miss Beauty get that.
Okay.
And then could we be going shopping? Be going shopping Christmas Eve night. Yeah, going shopping. But I never had nothing in that bag that I really, really wanted. I appreciate the book though, for real, for real. My pine needles.
Oh my gosh!
I put the number down wrong. I asked him, I sent it. May never send it. I did call about the pine needles, like I promised you I would, and they said, they actually had a bag because apparently another lady had asked for pine needles as well. So they had a bag for her saving, but she never came, and they ended up throwing them out just a few days before. So I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try and put a few together as they fall off of my tree for you. Thanks. When they drop over the fence, I know you're not even gonna stop. I know that where you come from. Thank you, but thank you, and again, thank you. And Christmas music is the best, of course. And happy holidays.
Thank you so much.
That means no road accidents.
Oh, let's hope not.
That's nice. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear.
Thank you.
All right. 936 Bobo is the telephone number. That's 936-2626. So Johan says if they cannot abide by the stated rules, the time has come to send them back to Cuba and Cal immediately and stop processing their application for asylum. I mean, let's be honest here. We see some legislation coming as it relates to asylum and so on. And I agree with Johan. If you were caught doing things like this, leaving the detention center, even begging on the streets, you're not the caliber of person that we want here to give asylum to. Sorry, but not sorry. Insulted? Oh, ask somebody who gives a damn over here. Not me. I'm just saying. We have rules and cultural understandings in this country, although it's changing for the worse every single day. But if you can't be compliant when you're trying to beg us for something like political asylum, I'm sorry, but I don't think you should even be considered if you're caught scaling the fence. That's right, Johan. Put them back on Cayman Airways, say sayonara, adios, hasta luego, and don't come back. Simple as that. I bet you'd find people starting to comply with some of those rules then. Working illegally? Oh, okay. There's Cayman Airways. We're going to have to put you back on that plane. Your application for asylum has now been canceled because you've already proven yourself, right? That you're not the type of person that we want to have in this country on a permanent, or at least now a 3-year basis once that's passed. Before it was permanent. They were coming, getting asylum forever. Talking about their political refugees, and in 2 is they heading back to Cuba. How the hell can you be a political refugee and have no problems entering Cuba if the Cuban government really saw you as a threat? You would not be going back even as a visitor. That's us being hoodwinked. That's a bunch of cockamamie. Yeah? So the government got to do a better job of vetting these so-called political asylum seekers as well. Now, here's what the UK government has said, and I am very, very curious if there are any exceptions to this, but listen, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I said enough is enough, and I mean it, and that means I am prepared to do what must be done. So early next year, we will introduce new legislation to make unambiguously clear that if you enter the UK illegally, you should not be able to remain here. Instead, you will be detained and swiftly returned either to your home country or to a safe country where your asylum claim will be considered. And you will no longer be able to frustrate removal attempts with late or spurious claims or appeals. And once removed, you should have no right to re-entry, settlement, or citizenship.
Interesting. The only question we have is, does that apply to Cuban refugees? Are we still tied by this so-called Geneva Convention? Or what's the situation? Inquiring minds want to know. Prime Minister, what's his face? Right? I mean, give us a break here now. Give us a little nugget. If this is the UK's position, why can it not be Cayman's position as well? That's the mother country who we say is setting the rules. Okay. Can somebody get me a firm answer on this? Prime Minister Sunak, is that how we were pronouncing his name? He's made his position very clear. And the man said, he used the terms refugees. He did not mince his words. Do y'all need to hear it for a second time? I'm just wondering. Let's hear it again, because some of y'all might have missed it.
Mr. Speaker, I said enough is enough, and I mean it. And that means I am prepared to do what must be done. So early next year, we will introduce new legislation to make unambiguously clear that if you enter the UK illegally, you should not be able to remain here. Instead, you will be detained and swiftly returned either to your home country or to a safe country where your asylum claim will be considered. And you will no longer be able to frustrate removal attempts with late or spurious claims or appeals. And once removed, you should have no right to re-entry, settlement, or citizenship.
Tell it like it is, Prime Minister. Tell it like it is. And I have zero problem with what he has said. Right? Once removed, don't even try it again, because you will have no rights. And you heard what he said? We might not be able to help you. And God knows we might not be able to send you back to whence you cometh from. A little Bible verse there for you. But at the end of the day, we can send you back to maybe another country that'd be willing to take you. Now, I don't know what countries that'd be in this day and age, because, honey child, none of them not really into that. Even the United States of America, they're like, if you land here, we don't have a choice, but it's not like we're going to be raising our hand to say, oh, yes, send a plane load over to us. We'll gladly take them. And they have the resources. Magdalene says, what is our premier saying? He should be echoing the same standards. They have the resources more so than we do to, integrate different people, hundreds of thousands of people, into the American system. Cayman has very limited resources, folks. We simply do not have it. I know everybody wants to think that this is a rich country, but do not kid yourselves. We're always on the brink of financial collapse. One wrong project. That's why y'all need to be careful when you keep electing these politicians who talk about they don't care. Only God can stop them from building everything they want, including the port. One wrong project. One bad tourism season, one lockdown from COVID, and look at our financial situation. Y'all think Cayman really rich? No, honey child. We got a lot of rich folks that have their money here. And guess what? They'll remove it when they're ready. Really, really fast, in fact. Make no two bones about that. Sir Johan says CIG needs to follow the lead as presented in Parliament by the UK Prime Minister. Yes. Same thing we just heard, and how they'll be dealing with illegal immigration. And those that land without the proper process or permission. Cayman cannot afford it. Same thing I'm saying. We honestly cannot afford it. Hornsby Lane says, good morning, Sandy. What is don't come back in Spanish? Ooh la la. No vuelvas, perhaps. Y'all are free to correct me if I'm wrong, my Spanish folks. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
We are rich. We have our gold mines, our silver mines, our rare earth mines, and what about the excavation going on somewhere? It's always somewhere on the coastline, still digging for let me use correct pronunciation, still drilling for oil. So it's out there somewhere. They'll eventually find it. And in the meantime, our plantations, our rare orchids, our saffron, and on and on. We're good, we're good. We're good.
Well, I don't know where this land mine is, but I simply don't see it. But anyway, my position is
we're good. We're good. We're good.
Listen to me. My position is we are like a lot of people financially tethering on falling off of the cliff. And so we need to make sure that we have reserves and we're taking care of our people first and foremost. And we are focusing on crime prevention and getting these criminals off of our streets and not adding more criminals to the streets. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm just saying, with $3 million, that's no big thing. That's no big thing. We'll make it. We'll make it.
I need
We have done fine so far, and we'll do fine. Don't worry about it. You don't sweat. Don't sweat. They'll steal the criminals.
Well, we gotta worry about it because we don't know what's in the mix. You said deal with the criminals, but what I'm telling you very, very clearly is I don't know what's in the mix. Yeah, I don't know who's who and what's what.
Exactly.
So I have to be concerned about everybody.
The doors
because
are
listen
wide
to me,
open.
if you're willing to break some laws, yes, then I can imagine that you have no respect for any laws. Simple as that.
Well, they were breaking laws to get here.
Yeah. Well, even when you get here, you're breaking laws.
From their home country, they were breaking the laws. And I mean, that's a tough call. Do you stay and suffer or do you take a chance? And where life is concerned, we might say, as the common man, we might all say take a chance because that's your life. But they were breaking laws from their home country. And really, in my humble opinion, much of this refugee situation back and forth, on and on, people are coming from corrupt countries. Corruption is from top to bottom. At least here in Cayman, we Caymanians will mump up and get over the fence and talk about them one little bit. But it seems like in other countries, it's the order of the day. It's okay once I get a little bit of mine. I mean, somebody might get a Mercedes, but if you throw me $10, I can get a gallon and a half of milk. I good. And that, to me, as I look around, because most of these countries have natural resources, great, big populations, professionals. They got what I think would make an economy thrive. And then you hear that, all this and all that and all next thing. But if you look back, you will find that corruption at the top, political corruption going on in the countries every time. So if they would try straighten out their order at the bottom of the line, maybe they wouldn't have to shift and torment people in other countries so much. But they want to get out of their countries too. It's not that they want to stay there, because I believe they want to stay there. They would do what we try to do, at least attempt to do sometimes, and that's fight corruption somehow. If it even by running your mouth, fight corruption somehow. But they don't want to do that. But them gold mines that they got soon shut down, we gonna have one of those kind of things. They have accidents in the mine, And then what will we do then? Because I know we believe that we got a tree or so to shake, and I don't see them. So I come to the conclusion that mine is on the ground and it digging it up. So I don't see it.
All right, we got another call.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
Not bad. How are you?
And a correction. I said you were rocking your little Santa outfit very well. I meant your little elf outfit.
Yeah, sorry, you just dipped really low in your voice. I couldn't quite hear you.
Sorry.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
said you're rocking your little elf outfit
Oh!
very well. Want to tell you how much I know about Christmas.
Yes.
Between Santa and the elf. Anyway, you're talking about these Cubans. So, you know, I got to get my 50 cents worth in here.
Oh, yes.
And first of all, the people are in detention. So what I will never understand is why are they not being detained? Secondly, these people are communists. They were all born into communism. They don't know anything different. So what is it that they are running from? Eh? And why is it that we believe that we should be accommodating them here? I say we as in our government. Okay? We don't have enough land mass to accommodate our own people. They're sitting down, spending all this time in the house debating how to help them. I don't hear anybody debating how to help our little hungry children, our little middle class suffering people, and our elderly. Why don't they sit down, spend that time, figure out? Especially, I was thinking about this, like our disabled people, our elderly who don't drive, can't drive, don't have access to a vehicle. You know, they could do what I see be done in the States, in the UK, in different places, where you could have vehicles to pick them up, take them to their appointments, therapy, pharmacies, and stuff like that. But instead, the time is being spent trying to help outsiders as usual. You know, we talk about Jamaica all the time, and yes, I love to talk about Jamaica because it's a prime example of how you lose what you have. And some of your listeners and followers are too young to know what Jamaica used to be. And let me stress the word used to be. And you know why they lost it? One simple word: the fear of communism. They had a prime minister there who decided, rather than staying with the open world, he was going to rub shoulders with Fidel Castro. Like you said just now, the money's not for Cayman, it's for the rich people. You know what the rich people there did? Including their own Jamaicans who had money. They all left and they took their money with them. And that was a sudden drop in the bucket for Jamaica. And that's going back in the 70s. Jamaica has never recovered. And until this day, some of them refuse to understand why it happened. Some of them weren't even old enough to understand what happened. So now you're going to introduce another problem here on top of the problems we are already facing. How is this fair to any Caymanian? Any Caymanian, whether it's a poor one or a rich one or a middle class one. We don't need this. And if they are going to allow them here, then by all means, treat them as what they are: asylum seekers who are in detention and should stay in detention. And they don't need the grant of asylum. Let them go back to Cuba. Let them try again to get on to the US. We don't have the means to keep these people here, them or any other one. Let them visit and leave. That should be what they're kind of trying to construct in our parliament, but how to keep them here. Because once they get to stay here, they're not leaving. And the damage they're going to do here is not going to be repaired in no short order. People need to understand the problem we are facing, and this will not get better. It will simply get worse. I don't think they understand the mentality of these people. Look at what they do when they get into, I can say where it is, South Florida. Look at what they're doing there. They've taken that place over. So you let a couple of them in here, and then you'll be changing the language here too. You better learn how to speak Spanish, or you won't be able to survive in the supermarkets or on the streets or anywhere else. And then our investors will haul up anchor and leave as well. That's what they need to bear in mind. We have so many crises going on here right now that people are getting fed up with. Do we need more? Do we need more? That's a simple answer. No. I wish that all of these elected people, when they get elected, would just think about the promises that they made. Because the only one I can think that no one has ever made is that they're going to join heaven and earth. Think about the promises they made to the people. At least try to keep one of them. And the only thing the Caymanian people were asking for was help us, the Caymanians. Help our children, help our elderly. I don't see anybody putting any effort into that. I'm disgusted by what is happening with Cayman Airways. You can't even get a flight into Miami. You're paying over $600 now for a ticket to Jamaica. That's more expensive than a ticket to New York or to LA. And you got one flight per day to Miami. We used to have 3. I'm not saying we need 3, but certainly we need more than 1. And why? Because you have to accommodate this Cuban, whatever they want to call it. Cayman is going to get in serious trouble with that situation. I'm not wishing it. I'm saying it's going to happen. Jamaica's now being hauled over the coals for it. Who do you think is next? We are assisting them. What is that called? That's modern day human trafficking. It is illegal. Either way you take it. Either they're leaving by plane or by boat. It's illegal. So I would hope that our government, if they're taking a break for the Christmas, take some time out to think about what they're doing and how they're destroying the little product that we have here. Because it is self-destructing as we speak. So they don't need to add to it. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to wish you an healthy Christmas.
Thank you very much.
And I've heard you're a great cook and that you love to cook. So please enjoy your cooking.
Yeah, I'm actually not planning on doing any this year. I think I need a break.
Oh, dear.
I know.
Well, people that love the kitchen will not stay out of
I know. Marlon said, yeah, you say that every year. But no, I think this year I might actually.
It's like, you know what? It's like people who say, I'm not buying any gifts this year. But you know what? They still do it. If you love doing it, you're going to do it. Maybe you can scale it down.
Yeah.
You say you got a small circle, so shouldn't be too many to cook for.
Thank you, my dear. Appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
All righty.
Great day.
You too. Bye-bye. 936 Bobo's the number, 936-2626. So thanks so much to that caller for those comments. I have to agree with a lot of what she said. I mean, we're told that we cannot. I was just actually having a look as she was speaking at some of my notes in relation to this, because we are told that one of the things that we, everybody's like, just give them water and put them back on their way. We're told that we can't do that because we would be facing persecution. Sorry, hold on. Let me read you this a little bit here. It says here that we did it. Yeah, because we would be placed on a list of countries who support and facilitate illegal immigration. This is in response to someone had said, so why are we not able to just give them water and food and send them on their way? The response that I received to that, and this was, I think, last month, the 9th of the month, so 10 days ago, I asked the same question of people in the know in government, and they said, do that Doing that would place Cayman on a list of countries who support and facilitate illegal immigration. Plus, many of the migrant vessels are so unsafe that they would never make it to Honduras, for example, because that's one of the closer locations that they could be on their way to. We're in a mess. However, having sent that video to, again, some persons in the know within government, they have said that we will follow the UK's lead. Woo! Where's that applause button hit this morning? Yes. Good. So if that's the UK's position, we're hearing now that we will follow their lead. Yes, honey child. Let's get on it then. Don't make it take no million years. Someone sent me the longer clip of the UK Prime Minister. I'll post that up on social media. Okay. Very good. Okay. So someone says, good morning. They said good morning. About the Cubans are leaving legally unclean. What they do after that is on them. So in relation to the last caller, the person's basically saying that we can't stop the Cubans getting on Cayman Airways because they've gone through the correct process and the legal process to be able to go wherever it is that they're going, which I understand. I totally understand that point. So we would not be in a position to stop them. And in fact, although Jamaica started to tell Cubans that they couldn't use them as a transport point, I think Jamaica has now reversed that position because, again, as long as they have the requisite visa, you can't speak, because not every Cuban who necessarily is coming on Cayman Airways and even going through Jamaica intends to then go on to Nicaragua with the position of trying to get into the U.S. illegally. Although they know a lot's happening. They can look at the numbers, over 200,000 just this past year alone. So the numbers support it, but you can't make that assumption that every single person's in that position and penalize them before the crime has been committed, so to speak, right? Mr. Amelia says charity should begin at home. Cayman Mobile Detailing said speak facts, lady. A WhatsApp message says that caller should like her name. That caller sound like her name should be Miss Kumbaya. Debbie says, amen, lady. Well said, mom, says Cayman Mobile Detailing. Miss Moya says, so by keeping them here, isn't that doing the same thing? Well, the intent isn't to keep them here, and the intent is to try to send them back. But the fact that once they've landed, they have a right to then apply for political asylum, that's where the system is being taken advantage of. So Ms. Brenda says we don't have to issue the visas either. Do we issue them visas, though, for them to come to use us as a transport point? As long as they have the correct visa for wherever they're going, we're not the one issuing them the visa. So if they're using Cayman Airways, for example, to get to Jamaica, and then they take another flight from Jamaica to Nicaragua, do they need a visa to come through our country? What's required of them to be able to do that? And of course, we know that Caymanians, I don't know if you heard this last week, Ms. Brenda, but Caymanians are benefiting from the increase in Cubans going to Nicaragua. I mentioned that the Flowers Group, can't get more Caymanian than that, has put on charters now, special charters to compete with Cayman Airways, because Cayman Airways can't even keep up with the number of Cubans trying to get to Nicaragua. And I understand that they have a charter that leaves, I believe, I stand to be corrected, but at least a couple times per week. Full of people. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sunday. Season greetings.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Listen, I'm good. Saw that video with the Cubans climbing over the fence going, I think they were going to Solaluna or Bananas or one of those places. Because that lady was all dressed up and ready to go. She didn't even get her hair messed up. Listen, I want to ask you a quick question. In the last few months, could anyone kind of say how many attempted armed robberies we had and armed robberies we had and trying to essay means sexual assaults we had, abducted sexual assaults? Because I know you reported where a lady was taken from her home, unfortunately, or sexually assaulted at home, and then taken from her home, and then assaulted again. I just want to ask the public this: where's the press briefing?
Today
they only had one.
Yeah, they're having one today, Honey Joe.
Okay, well, I mean, it took that while it took a shooting at down West Bay Road last night for them to have one, because it's on West Bay Road. I mean, how many mom and pop stores is going to be taking this abuse before something is being done? And I know that the RCIPS, most of the officers I talk to, hands are literally tied. But I mean, we were having press briefing, unfortunately, every week or every other day when it came to the COVID, right? But now when it comes to other people, private security at home and protection at home, and people being feared about, being robbed, where this lady apparently, where someone was followed and the debit card was taken from them and PIN number was at gunpoint. I mean, where's enough is enough. And unfortunately, if one of these ladies had pepper sprayed or bear spray or bee spray, then they would have been charged for carrying an illegal thing. And where's the protection for these ladies? You know what I mean? It is enough. And one of these Caymanians or anyone else is going to have enough. And I'd rather be charged for that than my life being taken. You know what I mean? A fine, you would have to put me on my road because there would be a fine that I would have to pay. I'm sorry. But enough is enough. And when it comes to all the money that's being spent, you know what? I feel bad for the Cubans. I feel bad for the Cayman Cubans that have to deal with that type of black eye and embarrassment. But the effort that they're putting into, getting these people asylum and doing this and doing all this protection, once you're behind those cells, you're incarcerated. For you to be climbing over a fence, make that with Northwood Prison. Someone climbed over the fence. The whole island would have been shut down. Just put that in reverse. You think you would be able to videotape a Cayman climbing over the fence at Northwood Prison?
You could videotape it, but certainly there'd be consequences.
They would not be able to get over that fence. Right? Where you see them climbing over that fence on a constant basis. That's more than one video you have done where are shown where they're climbing over the fence. So you mean to tell me you can't fix that part of the fence where they're climbing over? You know what I mean? Let that be a Cayman. The last time a Cayman escaped from Northwood Prison, they had the whole entire island locked down. They were looking for the person. Enough is enough. Is okay. You just do as you please, and you're locked down. But there needs to be more protection and the effort that they put into them. Look at the effort they need to put into getting Caymanians proper jobs. Number one, helping Caymanians, not even saying holding their hand, but assisting Caymanians of getting proper jobs, having them to keep proper jobs. I mean, I'm going to tell you something, and it really irks me to have to say this. My daughter worked part-time, and you're gonna get a laugh out of this. She worked part-time for an offshore company. She was doing, internship. After a month and a half doing internship, they're gonna look at her with her last name and send an email to her mother to say, we need a proof of Caymanianship, that you're Caymanian. Bear in mind, her mother and her mother and her mother and her mother is all Caymanian. If you listen to the last name, and my last name is Caymanian, they need a proof that she's a Caymanian because of law, of the new law.
What new law?
I don't know. And I
Well,
sat down. I
there's
said to
no new
myself,
law, so I don't know
I
who.
said, what is it that you need to ask
They seem
someone who's
confused. There's no new law, but
and the mother is working in an establishment without any work permit or anything like that with the Cayman passport. It says Cayman on it, the Caymanian on the passport, or what, a British overseas dependent citizen, and you need a birth certificate and a birth certificate and a letter from your HR to say that you're a Caymanian, and a stamp and affidavit and all kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, it's not happening. But even us in this island has to be questioned if we're citizens or not.
mm-hmm.
So,
well, I don't know. They're confused though, because there's no new law in place. That's the way it's always been. And our immigration system has been so ad hoc in terms of you can't go by a last name. You can't go by how the person look. You can't even go by what document they have, because a passport does not prove that you're a Caymanian. It just is a travel document. So there are, this is where people make an argument for the national ID, because that is something now that every Caymanian could carry, and it'd be very easy to see somebody's immigration status beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. With that, even though the national ID, Sandy, like I said earlier, and I've said this before we started giving out passports like food stamps to say that because you come and get a PR and whatever, and we just throw them and give them a passport. But here you go, like Oprah, you have a passport. You have a passport. What they should have done was do like what the U.S. and the U.S. and Canada have done. You give them a resident card. They pay for that resident card. They pay for that to be renewed, right? Every couple of years, right? If you want a PR, permanent residence without no rights to work, you get that card. Does that make that you're a Caymanian? That card can be rightfully taken away if you did break any laws or any criminal activity or whatever. That card could be taken away, and then you'll be whisked off, and that's it. But when you give them that Cayman passport, how much harder it is for you to pull that back? That should both be that Cayman passport should be given rights to citizenship. You don't see Canada giving away Canadian passports just so. Sometimes you get a Canadian passport or a U.S. passport, you're an American or a Canadian.
Well, the problem is the laws have changed so many times over the years. I mean, immigration, what was it before? The Caymanian protection law, whatever the heck they used to call it. It has gone through various forms and changes as the time has gone on. So what the position is now may not necessarily been what the position was 25 years ago or 30 years ago. Or
Sunny, they fit those changes to fit the masses. Okay? Because yes, they're going to change the law, the Cayman protection law. But which Cayman are they protecting? Is it a Caymanian protection law where they're protecting the national people, the people that is here? I mean, I just see them just sent out. You just had it. I think it was you that had it on your page, where they're protecting these birds and they're protecting they just came up to say, oh well, we're gonna have these bird protection. I don't see no Caymanians or people of the Cayman Islands pictures saying that we're gonna start protecting Caymanians. They protect the birds, the iguanas, and the national archives and everything else. Protect the houses, but they can't protect the people that lives here. The older Caymanian, the seamen that are dying off, the ladies that help bring Cayman the way it is, they're not protecting them. They're going on the wave side. They're on the side, the women who, it's just ridiculous. At the end of the day, these people here, we don't have to say that. Like my mom would tell me, that's because you're a Caymanian doesn't mean you're given rights. You have to earn rights to where you at. That's fine. You have some that will sit down and expect everything handed to them. That has nothing to do with the government. You have people that are willing and able and want to work, want to get a job, and say, well, okay, I will work for this. Oh, you're overqualified. Regardless if you're overqualified or not, give them the job. Why are you telling me that you're overqualified for the job? What, because you're afraid that you're going to take that management position? If they want to work, regardless they're overqualified or not, once they're qualified, is enough. Why do you have to be overqualified for a job? If you want to step, I'm sorry that we're not going to be able to pay you your salary that you think you deserve, but this is what we could work with you. Can we work with this and maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, there might be a management position available. Therefore, you could get that management position or work towards that management position. Okay, no problem. I'm sorry, we cannot give you, we cannot process your application because you're overqualified for the job.
Mm-hmm.
And then another thing, they want you to speak 4 different languages, but yet you need an English test to work here. That don't make no sense.
Yes,
All right.
leave me there, my dear.
All right.
All right, folks, 936 Bobo is the telephone number. I saw someone just mention this, and this is a point actually that I do want to discuss, because I think this is something relevant that we need to talk about, generally speaking, but specifically as it relates to the issue of the Cuban nationals as well. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning.
Good morning, Danny.
Yeah, the Caymanians can get a certificate right now to prove that they have Caymanian status. You just have to go to work and show that they're that they were born here by virtue of a connection.
Mm-hmm.
That would be reflected on the ID card, but you're still gonna have to prove that you have that right anyhow. And so the people who don't want to go through that trouble to do it will still have to do that.
Mm.
Why not just go ahead and do it, and then you can just simply prove that you came on it.
Well, it's certainly an option, and they've been telling people for a while that you can get your acknowledgement done. I don't have to do it, but I mean, there's a lot of Caymanians who do.
Well, all right, on the issue of crime,
Mm-hmm.
I've heard the police say for a long time that they're here to protect us. It seems to me that they're not really doing the kind of police work that they need to be doing in order to catch these criminals. Even if the basic things about patrolling, the difference between the patrols that have been taking place over the recent years and then subsequent to these increase in robberies, it's like day and night. Like recently in certain places, I see police cars like almost every hour.
Mm.
As opposed to it was very infrequent.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that they need to do they need to get back to the old hard, difficult police work. You know, crime is not just going to show up on a computer screen like you see on a TV series. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not how it works in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to protect people, then they're going to need to get out of the office and do their jobs.
Okay.
This is a small number of people, so I mean, how difficult can it be?
Well, they can't even keep Cubans in at the detention center. So you tell me, how difficult is it going to be?
But how?
That's not the police. Just to be clear, that's CBC's responsibility. But I'm still saying.
I agree. But what I'm saying is that how is that supposed to give you any comfort?
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It makes me very concerned.
And so where does that put us then?
Up shit creek without a paddle?
No, we have a paddle. We have a paddle. Long time ago, we used to have iron men and wooden ships. Today we have iron ships and wooden men. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is solutions to deal with it. And that time will come. Just right now, they are trying to convince us that they can do their job. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and see if they can do their job. But I suggest that if they think that it's just going to show up on a screen, it's not going to.
All right, we got another caller. All right, my dear, thanks very much. All right, folks. So, good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas to CMR.
Hello, Santa. Is that you?
You look like one of them evil elves with that blonde hair filtered up.
What tidings of good joy are you bringing me today?
Just wanting to say thank you, Sandy, for highlighting something that is really important to multi-generational Caymanian people and for asking all the right questions and holding people accountable. Just to clear the air, I'm not xenophobic, I'm not anti-Cuban, I'm not anti-foreigner, I am pro-Caymanian. What you're discussing and what you bring to our attention every day, for people like me and many, many others, many that don't call in, many that refuse to publicly acknowledge the service that you provide, want to say thank you. This situation with the Cuban asylum seekers, let me just set the record straight. There are many, many, many hardworking, law-abiding, decent, professional, respectful persons from abroad that have come to Cayman, especially within the Cuban community. There are many. However, what we are seeing now is a set that really and truly have no appreciation for anything and for rules, for their own safety and security, and that are prepared to take their way of life and what they deem to be normal and mix into the Cayman sort of communities and all the rest of it. Now, I say that because the government is spending a lot of money in housing Cuban refugees, asylum seekers. On security alone, the security center picks up $1.3 million a year. $1,300,000.
Hold on, caller. Allow this to sink in for a minute, because I gotta be honest with you, this is ridiculous. Over $1 million, and they're still scaling the fence.
But Sandy, if the company is allowed to keep getting their money, and the government don't say, listen, whichever company you are, Security Center, Sandra Security, Johan Security, whatever you want to call them, if you don't do your job, we're pulling your contract. Because obviously we have irrefutable evidence that you're not really interested in stopping the people from breaking out of the detention center. And if we were going to allow them to have access, why are we spending $1 million, $1.3 million on security alone? This is for the government, not the elected government, but the responsible sort of departments. Whoever is responsible for safety and security needs to get on top of this, because if Sandra Catron had a company where you or Catron Security,
Hill, sir. It's been Hill for over 7 years now.
Sorry. No disrespect intended to the Dawn of Jamaica, Marlon Hill. But if there was Hill Security and we saw that, I guarantee you by Wednesday your contract would be pulled.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So all I'm saying is, how do we house, how do we assimilate, how do we process applications for people that have no regard for the rules, regulations, and the laws whilst they're seeking asylum? What in the hell will they be like when they are granted refugee status or asylum and they're assimilated into the community? This is a really simple thing. If you can't buy into the rules that the government have set out before you on arrival and are doing this your own safety and security, then you can't get to the stage where you're even having an application for asylum, because you're not a law-abiding person. It's some simple, basic stuff. What would be nice is if the government, the Ministry of Finance, if work or somebody else could say to us, how much are we spending in total, not just on the security component, but in total for everything, all the services that we provide, food, housing, electricity, cable TV, phone cards, groceries. I know that they get $125, $150 a week.
Well, I hear it's going to be an estimated $3 million for 2022.
Well, I'm just going to say this, Sandra. I don't mean nobody no harm, but if we're not looking after Caymanian people, especially our Caymanian elderly and those that are from here, born here, grew up here, I have trouble in seeing all of this goodwill and the money that is spent on people that obviously don't appreciate it. So Cayman Airways flies to Cuba all the time. Everybody that has broken out, everybody that is begging, everybody that is being a nuisance, you obviously know their names. We say, come with me. You're going to the airport, you're jumping on a cow, you're going to land in Cuba, and your application will no longer be vetted or processed because you can't abide by the laws at this stage. So we can't have any confidence that you're going to abide by the laws later on down the road. If you are
Precisely.
successful with your application.
Yep. Absolutely.
So
Thank you.
I say this as a pro Caymanian person that thinks you got to look after Caymanians first.
Yes.
Caymanians first. Caymanians first. Thank you for the work that you do. Really appreciate it. Take care.
Okay. Thanks very much, Johan. Appreciate it. All right, folks. 936 Bobo is the telephone number. We have another caller who's joining us via WhatsApp. Good morning, caller. How are you?
Good morning, Sandy. Yeah, I couldn't agree with Johan and the previous caller better. And remember, this is the people's money. This is not the MPs or government elected members only money. This is the people. So we need to stand up because there is people on our streets that are maybe homeless without having any better reason than they're homeless because they have no jobs or whatever. How does that look for us as a Caymanian that government is helping with all of these millions of dollars, and there's Caymanians out there today that don't even know where they're going to get a Christmas dinner from? No, it's wrong. It is wrong. If the big United Kingdom could say no, what about us? Let us say no too. I agree with Johan because let me tell you something. I'm not ashamed to say I am from a Cuban background, and so I have had Cuba relationships with people from my iwas to my knee, and they are simply some of the most ungrateful people. You can't do enough. You just can't do enough for them. So yes, send them back. They're good ones, like my family. They came, and I must say they came and they helped build Cayman. But there's some like this couple of generations that has passed. They have no means to do anything but to make people uncomfortable for trying to help them and get into the US. That's it. So, that's our money. Let's protect it. Let's give it to the people that are our own. It breaks my heart to see that so many Caymanians are suffering, no housing, no food in some cases. And we're going to give these ungrateful bunch of whatever my grandfather always used to say, hard-earned money. No, I'm sorry. Merry Christmas, Sandy.
Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas. All right, folks. So, people are getting frustrated. We hear a sense of frustration as it relates to lawlessness in our country. And of course, we have our own, who are engaged in lawless behavior as well. We're going to be talking about them here in a second. It's just a sad situation all around, right? And until we can get the lawlessness under control, I'm afraid to say things are not going to get any better. Well, I mean, it's pretty plain to say that much. It doesn't get better on its own, and it certainly, isn't going to get any better if we are prepared to turn a blind eye and to pretend that these things are not happening. I just don't. I'm at a loss. I'm glad to hear officials saying this morning that we will be following the position of the UK because that's a bit of good and welcome news. We need to be able to do that, right? And again, no one here has said this morning they're anti-Cuban. The last caller said, "Listen, I'm part Cuban. We have Cuban family members. We're sympathetic towards their plight. But if anyone comes here and demonstrates from the onset that they're not willing to follow the laws, I don't care if you're Cuban, Jamaican, American, British, Nowarian, out of business, we got a problem. We have got a serious problem." All right, let's talk about the lawlessness in this country, generally speaking, and the crime. First of all, there is one thing I wanted to point out. Let me see if I can find this one real quick. I see somebody else. Some of y'all Caymanians, oh God, I am really not surprised that people take advantage of us because there's a lot of us that are ripe for the picking. how can I say this without insulting you all? Probably there's no good way to say this except to say it. Y'all are so stupid and so dumb. Now, I don't like to use those words. God, some of the, don't call people stupid, don't call people dumb. But there are times when there's no other appropriate description for the things that people, all right, let me not call them dumb and stupid. Let me put it this way to be as nice and politically correct as is possible. Y'all say dumb stuff and you do dumb things. How about that? We'll still give you the benefit of the doubt that although you say and do dumb things, that maybe you're not really dumb or stupid. But after a while, your actions and what comes out of your mouth becomes who you are. I am just flabbergasted on a regular basis at what people say. Kyle Solomon, you listening this morning? Because this message is for you too. I'm going to give you the Donkey of the Day award. Because I'm not really sure if people are just trying to have something to say, which is something that we see now happening on social media. And in your effort to have something to say, anything to say, you just say anything. What Mr. Loxley over from Radio Cayman would say, Kaka, just coming out of your mouth. Anything, you'll just say it just because you want to join the conversation. And a lot of times you don't even think about what it is that you're saying. Okay, let me give you an example. I'm trying to find this post. Oh, yes. This is a perfect example of this. And again, I really do have to wonder. I'm assuming this person's a Caymanian. Only God knows. But I know we have our own that I got no sense. So it would not surprise me one iota. So this is when we posted about the Cubans going over the fence, right? Here it is, Donkey of the Day. Not one lick of sense. When common sense was being given out, they were, I don't know if they were in the beauty department trying to get some looks, or if they were over in the bonky line trying to get le bonky, or I don't know what line they were in, but they missed the line for common sense. Look, yeah. Gretel.s.a on Instagram says, how you know that they are Cubans? I think you had a relationship with a Cuban guy and he cheated on you. Poor Gretel.s.a. You are so... Can I describe Gretel as being anything else other than just ignorant? Caller, good morning.
Yes, Miss Annie.
Am I wrong for saying that some people are just ignorant?
Yeah, Miss Annie, you identified a person, the man that was in the pit with the Cubans?
That was in the pit? Which pit?
And the picture.
No. I don't know who he is.
Oh, well, apparently it's my husband. Just called me.
That was stand up talking to the Cubans?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said, because he's from Colombia. He's, whoever mentioned about Gabia Caymanian, I don't know why they're so hot for Caymanians when they win. I don't know.
What does your husband do for a living?
He's from Colombia. But anyways, he just called me because he got a little worried. And said that he saw himself up there. You know, and I saw the person, but it was like far away, so I didn't even recognize. Tell my daughter called and he called, and I was like, oh shoot, I know the person looked familiar.
Oh my gosh! So you didn't recognize it was your husband? You go, he looks awfully familiar.
No, because a little far off, you know, because it was a little far off. So yeah, hold on.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
These ads. Okay. All right, you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, the ad comes on my phone. I got put on an ad blocker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he called me. He said, apparently in his defense, he said, because that's how he is. Once that Spanish person, he strike conversation with them. That's just him. But anyhow, I don't know, because I'm actually separated from him 9 years. So.
Okay. Well, that means you might know that he might not always be telling you the full story then.
Yes, well, this is why I told him. I said, well, I hope you're telling the truth.
Yeah, because this person this is the point I was going to get to, is the person who sent the photo and everything heard the conversation.
Okay, they heard because I said to him, I told him
Yes.
what I heard because I checked in with you this morning.
And the person is
earlier.
messaging me now, and they said he took them, him and the Spanish man, the short one beside them. So they were sitting there watching. They got the details of 411. So I don't know about your husband, your soon to be ex-husband, I hope.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. That in the process.
I just messing with you, honey Jill.
No, but that is in the process. Anyhow, yeah, but he was saying that he only offered to buy him food and this and that, whatever. I said, well, I don't know because I wasn't there, so you understand? I said, well, I just hope you tell the truth, because if you're not telling the truth, then you'll be purging yourself if they do come to you, about anything. So I gave him his warning and everything. So and been telling him when he got his Spanish friends, speak English. He even used to do it around me, and they used to tell him about it. And that's why he don't speak proper English and whatnot. So he called me to ask me if they do come, if I could come speak, help him then, because sometimes he don't understand and speak proper English. So there you go. He been here from 2004. And
Well, this is part of the problem, caller, is people who are enabling illegal workers, whether it's Cubans, Jamaicans, whomever, because I understand based on what somebody said this morning, that Eastern Avenue is a hot spot for illegal workers to hang out in any event. And the Jamaicans congregate in that area and hang out, and then they get picked up by a certain truck. All of that needs to be addressed. Like I say, I don't care who's doing it. I'm not here to pick on Cubans. It's just that we have several examples now as of late where they seem to be, hot on the trail. They'll soon join the bandwagon of marrying, getting in on the marriages of convenience next too. Because every which way that things can be taken advantage of in this country, unfortunately, I'm sad to say, but people are doing it and they don't understand the detriment to us as Caymanians. You might get an individual benefit from a situation, but the detriment to the country, which eventually will be to your detriment as well, is coming shortly. This is what I tell people. If you engage in, I can get $500 a month for somebody to be illegally married from them, I get my money. It will hurt this country in the long run, and it will not benefit you either.
The Vermont people, I don't know how, if somebody is certified, mentally or whatever, disabled, whatever, why? I mean, if allow them to be married, check, you understand?
Yeah.
Since she married a certified mad person, and come find out he wasn't even divorced, and immigration gave the woman 4 years because she wasn't aware of it. Come on, first of all, he's a mad. She know what she doing. So just that fact alone. Yeah, so it's a lot of stuff need to be addressed. But anyhow, like I said, yes, he is, but we'll separate him or whatnot. And I but I just called me. You know that we did.
What a hot mess. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas when it comes.
Julio Manchego. That's his name.
Julio. Okay. Well, somebody might need to talk to Julio today to get the full story. All right, baby. Thank you.
All right, then.
Okay. Good. And I appreciate that caller not cloaking him up just because he's her soon-to-be ex. Julio, ¿cómo estás? Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Miss Andrea. And how are you today?
Yes, I'm blessed as always. How are you?
Blessed as always. We all are. But to be honest with you, we're really laid back.
Listen, I'm convinced that we're not just laid back, but like I said, a lot of us not got no damn sense. And that is why people can take advantage of us, because they see our ignorance. I haven't gotten to this post yet that I'm going to talk about, but will you indulge me 1 second? Because I think you need to hear this. So this Gretel.sa, right? Posted the video on Saturday with the Cuban nationals climbing the fence. Her response, which got 15 other people to like it. I mean that there's at least 15 other fools out there along with her on Instagram. She says, how do you know that they are Cubans? I think you had a relationship with a Cuban guy and he cheated on you. That's what they used to say about me and Jamaicans too. That must have had a bad relationship with a Jamaican. I'm like, okay, that's the best you got? Like, really? First of all, we know that they're Cubans because they're the only ones being kept at the detention center. Hello. You know what struck me, caller, is that our people do not even pay attention to what is happening in this country. Because who from the Blessed Mary and the wise men from the East don't know that the detention center is being used to house Cuban criminals? I mean, not criminals. Let me rephrase that. Cubans, and on the other side, Fairbanks are female prisoners or female criminals. Yeah? Cuban refugees are the ones on that one side of the detention center, and they're the only ones who have access to crawl out of the fence. So, Gretel, what is wrong with you people? You don't keep informed of what's happening in this country. You don't have a clue. You don't know what's going on, but yet you want to speak on it. And then somebody else named Lazara _66 had to jump in and says, "Oh, this is right. Thank you so much for this." Really? Oh,
Jesus, Lord.
I mean, our people, like I said, it is no wonder that a lot of foreign nationals look at us like a bunch of donkeys. They have to.
Yes, and you know something else? Where they come from isn't as half as good as the Cayman Islands. That's why they're piling in here. I'm not speaking of the Cubans, but for those that do even know that Cayman Airways, don't know if they're still doing it. But my husband flew with them for many, many years. And didn't even get a thank you letter after 33 and a half years. But anyway, put that aside. They used to fly the Cubans that were living in Florida. Here, they would get their passport stamped here, and then they'll go on to Cuba, and then they'll go back and get those, or they would come whenever they want to, because it wasn't a charter flight, it was a commercial flight. They pay their way because they had been in Florida for many, many years. They were carrying things for their people, their families and stuff in Cuba. So many people did not know that. Not even as small as this little island is, they did not even know that. And as simple as that was, now what they're doing? They going to Cuba, overnighting in Cuba, got to pay security to go along with them. I don't know if it's 2 security or 1, but they're running there nearly every day, overnighting. Cuba wasn't a destination that they made money on. The only destination that they made money on was Jamaica. So what they do? Sorry for the poor Jamaicans that come here and work hard and then want to go back home to carry things for their loved ones and whatnot. Okay, up the price, up. You put a couple of dollars along with that, and you can get to London. You know, it's what is right. What is right? But yet, it is so many Caymanians that are laid back, don't listen to the news, don't listen to this show, don't listen to Radio Cayman. They don't listen to anything.
They remain willfully ignorant. That's the problem.
And Miss Sandra, let me tell you, we can't blame it all on ourselves, you know. Down here in West Bay, where I live, there is politicians that made some of those people that I know, we know that used to work before, they make them believe, oh, you know, You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that because you're a Caymanian. Now they got them so doggone lazy that they sit on the beach and they play their cards, and it irks me to no end to know that we don't have any small children. We have a son that works very, very hard, and I'm trying to help this one and trying to help the next one that really can't help themselves, especially the elderly people. While these people sit down, but let the seaweed or whatever they call it now, but it's, to me, it is seaweed. That's what I've known it as, and that is how I'm going to call it. If that wash up a little bit on the beach, they moving, they keep moving, and they keep moving to the nearly out to the road. And if that's not the only places, I know I've mentioned this on the radio to you many, many times, and to Radio Cayman. We're not with it. In other places, I'm not saying that we should get out there and cause a lot of problems and whatnot, and forget about some of the police helping you. As long as they can get those new cars, which I see some new ones again on the road, and they're all air conditioned, and those windows are screwed up. The heck with you, yet they got on the side of to protect and to serve. To serve who? Themselves? Where? What? And then they asking us to help them, for crying out loud. Who has all these new cars, and we're paying them? We, the people, are paying them. So it is like this, Sandra. I can't believe that some of our people are so laid back. Then the younger ones don't have the ambition. Again, I'm going to say some.
They're too worried about wanting to just sit down and smoke pot all day.
Yes, and for their family, their mama and their papa, to go and get loans from the bank to buy them a car, and later on, God forbid, they end up killing themselves in that car. What are we doing? What are we doing every year, every election year? We beat up our mouths and go on, including me. But in other countries, you know what they do? You see what they do? They protest. Some of them get killed protesting and fighting for their rights, and they don't have the same kind of rights that we have. We got laws coming out of every hole, and yet they're not enforced. Enforce the law. Stop getting police. Now, what's going to happen now that we complain about the police? Every weekend, they got about 4 or 5 cars up on these I call it a bridge, overpass, with the lights, the blue and the red and the purple and the pink and whatnot is so bright that you got to go slow past them or they blind you. Then there goes the civilians with blue lights and red lights coming down the road or going up the road. It look like a bloody Christmas tree all year round. What are we doing about it? We do not need any more police. Singapore is a little bigger than us. Go there, so try. Go there, so try and do what some of these young men and young women are doing today. Getting children and flinging off on society. The poor little children are not to be blamed. Sandra, I could go on, and I know there is other callers out there. Yes. So I want to give them a chance, but sometimes when I get up and I thank God, and I have to turn around and ask God to forgive me because I get so angry of what is happening, and we keep hiring this what you call so-called police. Some of them, it's incredible. It's incredible. And you ask me what I know about Singapore? I went Singapore and I went Thailand. So I know it's a beautiful place, and it's law abiding. You don't keep there. You don't go in that country and do what you feel like doing, like how.
Well,
we
you
make
can
people come in
try
here.
it, but you might lose a hand or something else in the process.
Exactly. Or they put you for firing squad like they did the Dutch couple. They carried in heroin in there. We can't catch nobody except the little boy or the little girl that's a sniff, and then you see the police slam them against their car and gone, and it's liable to be a Caymanian too. Forgive me, Sandra, and I wish you and your family a very blessed Christmas.
Thank you so much. Same to you.
And try and enjoy yourselves, enjoy your family while you still have them, especially your daughter, while she is still small and innocent, because they grew up so fast.
Absolutely.
So fast.
Thank you so much, caller. Merry Christmas to you also.
Merry Christmas to you too, darling.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks very much. Miss Darlene says, again, for lack of knowledge, that's why we perish. And, it has to be willful ignorance. I cannot believe that anybody could be living in this country and be that ridiculously stupid. I'm sorry. I know we're not supposed to call people stupid. We're supposed to be politically correct, but I can't think of a better word for it. Can y'all help me with a better word? People just don't pay attention. And then they want to speak as though they speak with some degree of authority. How can you speak with authority when you don't even know what's going on in this country? Caller, good morning.
You just went high up and go, caller, good morning. That's like when your mom arguing with you on the phone and talking to you, and then somebody calls and goes, hi, how you doing? After she finishes whooping your butt. Sandy, where you said that lady was named Hansel, right? Or sorry, Gretel.
Who's Gretel?
The Gretel was the one that sent you the video saying, how do you know it was Cubans or whatever.
Oh, on Instagram?
Yeah, was she from Fairy Tale?
What's her Instagram handle? Oh, it's yeah, something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah,
now.
so she must be come from the Fairy Tale Hansel and Gretel, because she's very naive. Let me ask you a question. And I want you to see the correlation to this. And I was just thinking about this. Now, when the United States, when you go into the U.S. border through sea, it's normally stopped. You're stopped by Homeland Security, the customs, whatever they have, right, and the Coast Guard, Joint Chief, right. All right, I want you to look at this, and I want you all to think about this and see what I'm trying to get at, and tell me if this make any sense. Years ago, the guy that passed away, Derry, he had a boat called Derry's Pride, and everything else. It was always custom at the border. Okay, there was custom always patrolling our border. Then it went customs and police combination. Then it went to police, and customs could not go back on the boat anymore because they didn't have powers of arrest, but yet they can arrest you at the airport. Then it went to police. Then there were police that was protecting our borders. Then they joined. Then it became the Coast Guard. But then the boats came from police. They became Coast Guard boats. But the same people that was doing the policing on the sea is now Coast Guard officers.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? Why is it they don't have CBC protecting the borders? It's called Custom Border and Control. Why is it they only restricted to port coming in and at airports? They only control the ports.
The port
Why
of
is it they're not
entries.
doing right port entries? Custom border and control, meaning custom border and control. They patrol our borders. We have way too many firearms getting into our borders, and there's no protection for this. It's like becoming, like I said, the wild, wild. No point intended to the people that live in the West. The West. Why is the the money that they spent on, the money that they're wasting on the Cubans? And I'm not saying that the money that's supposed to be spent towards the Cayman Islands people, the Cayman Islands money, supposed to be spent on protecting our borders. We have no radar facilities, period, that works. We had one. The United States was giving us one. We turned it down. We end up leasing it out to Venezuela, right? The thing is, we have no border control. It's just you could drive straight in. Let me explain something. Anyone could take a boat right now and drive from here to Cayman Brac, and you have to do call port security and type post, even go to the Brac, and now this is what it is.
You're starting to have a little bit of poor quality there. But it's a question. I don't really know why we've split. Because I guess the Coast Guard specializes in being on the water. I don't really know.
But border control is on the water as well. They're protecting the border. Coast Guard is supposed to be a search and rescue operation. That's what Coast Guard means. They're a search and rescue operation and to do protection to the border. But border control is also has to do with immigration, because guess what? If you stop a migrant from coming in or is protected, you still got to call Customs and Border Control. They still have to do their due diligence. They have to find out the name of the person. They have to do all that information. So why not have them on there? Why not put that money to give these guys back? They got these guys' arms tied. But
I think in all fairness to them, they do work in conjunction with each other. So CBC, police, Coast Guard, they're all enforcement arms.
They're all enforcement arms, but what I'm saying to you is...
So this person says that you skip the drugs task force marine section and you have the joint police and customs. So I think that that's what it is. It's not that one can only do this and then the other one can't get involved. You see a lot of operations involve multiple agencies.
Yeah, but the thing is, Sandy, that if you look at Customs Border Control, they're always at sea in the U.S. Any border, they're Customs and Border Control, because when they stop someone, they need to have that information. They have to process that, all that. And even though when you bring in the Cuban migrants, they then call Customs to reach land. They're supposed to be doing it right there at sea. They have a Customs Border Control officer with them at sea. How is it was working all these years and now all of a sudden now it's being taken away? What's the problem? I would understand if it was never being used, but for years, when they had Dairy Pride and all these boats doing intervention and stopping all these drugs from coming in and everything else, it was working fine. They said, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Well, I
don't. The other thing is, Sandy, if they're gonna, how much the politician get paid per month? Like 12,000, 15,000.
I don't know, but the question that they were doing fine, I don't know if that's actually a true statement. I have to wonder because where we are today, we didn't get here overnight. So this concept that we've been doing fine for a long time can't be one that we can just accept. The truth of the matter is this place has been a hot mess for a minute, including the importation of drugs, etc. You know what I'm saying? So it's getting worse, perhaps. But I wouldn't say that it's been just fine.
No, I'm not agreeing that they're saying it was perfect all along, but it's better than the Wild Wild West that's going on right now. You know what I mean? Like every night you have to worry about, if a friend of mine let's go to somewhere just to sit down and relax and have a drink. Oh, well, that might get robbed tonight, or this place might get robbed tonight. You know what I mean? It just that fear of a job place being robbed. I went to a place in town a couple of days ago, and 911 had to be called because there was suspicious people. There was the way they were acting, the way they were parked, and as soon as before the police showed up, they disappeared. And that was the second time that place was almost. When I was talking to the owner, he said a month ago it was attempted. It was like an attempted robbery, and they were caught, and now it would look like it was happening again, because he showed up shortly after I showed up, and I was saying to the bartender at the time, "This look a little bit suspicious," and he came and said the exact same thing. You know what I mean? It just getting worse and worse and worse. And then what's gonna happen when someone, unfortunately, a tourist or someone get injured? Then everything's gonna be fixed. You know?
All right.
It's like one more thing, Sandy, is the other thing is everyone remember the old police officers, and I mean nothing. Like I said, nothing was perfect back then. But they never had cars driving up and down with the blue lights so you could see a mile and a half away. Right? So any criminal activity, they'll say, "Oh, police coming, police coming, police coming. You can't do it again." You know what I mean? Before they had rental cars, you had them driving up and down in rental cars. They had undercover cars and this and that. During a high season, you never knew what car they were in until they pull up on you. Now you could tell them a mile and a half away. So they were supposed to do something, unfortunately, to say arm or rob somebody. They could see the cop coming around the corner with the blue lights.
Yeah, I've always wondered about how effective. I know this police commissioner, that's one of the things that he put in place, but I myself have wondered about the effectiveness of that system. Again, that's something that we've adopted because the UK was doing it.
Yeah, but look at this, Sandy. Look at this really closely. If you order pizza from Domino's, right? You order pizza from Pizza Hut. All you have to do is stand up by the road and look for the sign of Pizza Hut or Domino's coming with the big old lights, coming with the Domino's, and the Domino's coming in. Let me go just run outside. So basically, that's what it is. You know what I mean? Yes, it's a deterrent, but sometimes you need to catch them in the act. So there you go. Have a good day.
All right, my dear. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. So we have so many topics on discussion this morning. Oh my gosh, some days you just don't know where to begin, honey chill. So press conference today by the police. $100,000 reward being offered by the government for you people, the community, to step forward and assist them with these criminals and these crimes. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
It's the first time getting on your show.
Oh, just speak up just a little bit for me. Your voice is just a little low.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
I'm getting on your show.
Oh, well, welcome to the program, ma'am.
And I have been trying. I called immigration, CBC. I called planning. Miss Sandy, where can I get to speak to you privately, ma'am? Ma'am, our country is gone. And something has to be done, ma'am. In my little area here, you need to hear some stuff from me, ma'am. Right now, I know when I tell you, maybe you'll hear about me the next day. I have disappeared or whatever. But someone has to go in order to save our country. And I'm tired. I'm tired of sitting and waiting and watching Cayman go down. I just heard that guy speak, and I said, oh my God, this got to be you. I turn on Sandy, couldn't get it before. Now I turn it on, and somebody's speaking to her about it. Miss Sandra, please tell me where I can see you, how I can talk to you.
Call me after the show. And we can talk.
The same number,
seeing
ma'am?
me is not, at the moment, seeing me is going to be very, very difficult. But we can have a phone conversation. That much I can commit to in terms of my schedule at the moment. Yes.
Okay, Miss Sandra.
All right, my dear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
God bless.
All right, dear. All right, 936 Bobo is the telephone number, folks. It's crazy. There's a sense of desperation as it relates to many things in this country, and crime happens to be one of them. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, good morning, Sandra.
Morning.
Just now checking in.
How are you?
I'm okay, and you?
Is it amazing, caller? By the way, we've had a lot of calls today, but Isn't it amazing that the first day we had the issues on this phone, now it's disappeared. A little update fixed everything. I'm so tickled pink. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying thank God, because that was going to be a pain in my rear end.
No more robots.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Listen, regarding this whole reward thing, there really shouldn't be any reward for the robbers. I mean, we as a people should step up. We should give
Yes, we should,
reward.
but we're not.
Because we have but you see, but because we have this stinking culture here about snitches get stitches and farm off the dead.
Yeah.
And all of this foolishness.
And all these fool young people
Not
posting that kind of foolishness.
Not realizing that you're the one that's paying the price for it. If somebody breaks into your store and steals something, right? You as the business owner have to raise costs to recuperate that cost. All of us have to pay for it. So it's ridiculous that there's even a $25,000.
Yeah. But it's unfortunate, but the people who need to do the right thing are the ones who are least likely to do it. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, it is.
But I agree with you. We shouldn't have to do it, but here we are. Hot mess. Thank you, caller.
Yep.
All right, folks. So $100,000 reward being offered for any information leading to the arrests of these individuals who are wreaking havoc on this country. The police have said that it is 110 people who are making our lives miserable. What a hot mess. Only 10 putting this country under immense fear. And people can't go to the ATM machines at night. I saw Gabby's message. She went and looked around about 10 times. There was a time when you didn't have to worry about these things. Now these guys are watching you at the ATM machine with a view to they're going to follow you home. And they're going to rob you because they just saw you at the ATM machine. Meantime, they don't even know what you took out at the ATM machine. And now you have to think about, oh God, I can't go to the ATM machine at night. We've got kids fighting at Cayman Bay. Going to try and talk about that tomorrow because I've been trying to talk about it for a week, but I'm waiting on the police to give me some more information. And it comes down to the community. Now, listen, the police has a job to do without a doubt, right? But the community has a bigger job to do, and we are not doing our job. Instead, we're sitting back and saying, let the police do it. They got enough resources. They got enough money. It's all on them. Meanwhile, some of y'all are harboring criminals in your homes. You've got sons, nephews, probably not too many nieces, but some of them criminals too. You know who they are. You know what they're up to. They're running drugs. They're doing all sorts of stuff, and you sit back and do nothing. And then you have the audacity to complain about the police. The same type of willful ignorance that I'm talking about, except in this case, you know what's going on. And you're still not doing anything about it. Isn't that sad? Your hooligan children are going to business establishments and fighting and kicking other children up and beating children down. Right? Videos out there in circulation. I hope to God the police arrest every single one of those young people involved in that. Please, RCIPS, charge them. And you know what I've told that mother? Because now her son has had a proverbial headache for over the past week. He could even have brain damage, right? Sue every single one of those parents. That's what y'all need to start doing too. Sue the criminals. Take them to civil court. There's nothing stopping you from doing so. Because you lick them from the criminal perspective and you lick them where it hurts too. Strip them of everything they have financially. Start taking homes, bank account money, whatever it is, to send a very clear message. Victims of crime should be compensated. And when it's your children who are the perpetrators, parents, it's going to hit your wallet. These are serious times. And in serious times, you've got to send people very, very serious messages. You're not playing around. You're not joking, and you're not taking no prisoners. It's really quite as simple as that. Very, very disturbing. But we live in a society where people sit back and do nothing until they hear such a reward. I bet you now a few people can step forward and help the police. Isn't that sad? It's a sad indictment on us, but it demonstrates who we are. Miss Arlene says the truth is it makes no sense about the red blue light system. Well, I'm not sure who the commissioner got advice on that one from, but there you have it. We as locals need to adapt, see something, say something mentality. We do. They should be messaging around that all the time. Instead, we're raising young children who saying, snitches get stitches, because they sit down and watch some gangster film, or they go to some other country for vacation and come back with this kind of foolish mentality. And you as parents hear them saying these things, and either you don't have a clue because of willful ignorance, or you just ignore it and think it's funny and it's cute. Ms. Arlene says, are you hearing the pain of some of us as Caymanians? I'm hearing it loud and clear. Right? It's like those little boys in the BRAC. And I call them little boys because they act like they're about 12 years old, but they were actually adults, who've been arrested in relation to drugs, then going on social media, posting about, oh yeah, you don't see the police solving any crime in a BRAC. They've not solved the murder yet. You think that I could be the mother of one of those boys? They would have to pull that post down so quickly. Like I said, I do not advocate physical violence, but some of these young children, there's only one thing they might actually understand, which is so sad because that's how they've been raised. Yeah? Parents, take accountability. What I can tell you is we as parents need to do better. We as a community need to do better. Yes, the police have their job to do. I'm not saying don't hold them accountable, but let me ask you one question. When has the police ever prevented a crime? They're on the tail end of things. They're there to try and capture the criminals and solve crime. Somebody said, we need to start with ensuring the courts. What was the comment that they said? We need to start with ensuring the courts give them better sentencing, whatever. And I said, no. That's not where we need to start. That's where they end up. And the sentences that they get and that the court can dole out, their hands are tied. So if you want to do something about the sentencing that these people are getting, you need to go talk to your MPs. Talk to them about increasing sentences across the board for different things under the penal code. The judges can't just make it up, folks. They have rules and procedures that they must follow. Sentencing guidelines that they must follow. I suggest that you start talking to your MPs about what you need to see happening in this country. Because some of it is in their hands. But hear you now. If you want a country of people locked up in prison, you need to understand what it is you're asking for. Yeah? You're going to need more prisons. Northwood is packed to capacity. No room. They're literally sleeping on top of each other. So tell them, don't build no more schools. We don't want to educate our people. Let's just incarcerate them. Okay. I want y'all to wake up and listen to what I'm saying. That's not the solution, really, is it? Even in prison, listen to how dysfunctional we are. Yeah? We have a deputy director who is in charge of rehabilitation in the prison, who has been on leave, suspended from the job for, has it been a year yet? It's got to be over a year now. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me just look this up. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning. I just have to say again, the word about building more schools. Stop building so many damn churches. Build more prisons.
You understand? She's been on leave from October of 2019. What year are we in? 2019, 20, 21, 22. 3 years. Aduki Joseph Caesar, Deputy Director for Rehabilitation at Her Majesty's prison, has been suspended and on leave. 3 years now. Government can't figure out what they're doing with her. Clearly, they don't have no real case to be able to fire the woman. That is painstakingly clear. I understand the last time the judge, and that was Judge Ramsey, told them to go to mediation, try and figure it out. They haven't been able to do that yet. 3 years. And you know what that means? For 3 years, there's been no rehabilitation program being properly run by a qualified individual at the prison. Are y'all paying attention? Are you really paying attention to what is happening in this country? Because you see, if I were the MP responsible for prisons, and I don't know which one of them that is, which minister, this would not be falling down on my clock, on my watch. I would have to go to the civil service, the deputy officer or chief officer, whatever the heck they want to call themselves, and say, excuse me, what's going on here? Why are all these people on leave and getting paid by government, and we have them doing nothing? You want to talk about value for money? Ask me, because I got the email in my inbox and I can get to it. Ask me how many people, and it seems like it's a lot of women, I hate to say it, are on paid leave while government is trying to figure it out. And I mean by government, I mean the civil service. It's trying to figure out where to put them, what to do with them. Oh, an investigation that was supposed to take a month is now taking 6 months, and they still haven't prioritized it and done nothing. And the person is getting paid a full salary to sit home and do nothing. Talk the truth and shame the devil. Danny?
And you want the government to amend Section 17 of the
No,
Anti-Corruption
the
Act?
question is, and y'all want the government to run a national lottery? Y'all must be crazy.
Is that what you see me pushing?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm talking to people.
Do you hear me talking about the problem of anti-corruption? It's an abuse of authority.
Danny,
That's what
we've been down this road.
No, we haven't. You're rightly highlighting that there are things happening in government that should not be happening.
Mm-hmm.
And you're asking when is it gonna stop?
Okay.
When is it that you ask?
And that section which deals with politicians is not really what I'm talking about here. But of course it's important, but that's not what I'm talking about here either. I'm talking about the civil servants.
It's not just politicians. If you read Section 17, it begins with
the two sections that we've been debating about for over a month now. Speaking of politicians.
No, not just politicians. The first two words in that clause is public officer.
No, but the whole point of your discussion is making it easier for MPs.
No. We have this is well documented. It's public officer and MPs. That section doesn't apply to me and you. This applies to the people that you're complaining about right now, who can't seem to figure out when they don't have a case against somebody that they can't seem to resolve the issue. That's why we shouldn't amend that section in that way.
All right, my dear.
It's impossible to do something about it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, folks. 936 Bobo. We're going into a little bit of overtime today. Speaking of illegal activity, it runs the gamut. We had a guy here. Let me show y'all this one. Dumping in West Bay again. The police issued a statement on this just 2 weeks ago. Stop the illegal dumping. So this guy was caught on camera. Look here now. Dumping down by Garston Smith Road, I think is what it's called, close to the stadium.
Illegal dumping. Illegal dumping.
See, somebody recording it, telling him you're illegally dumping. He's saying this is not illegal dumping. Sir, you are illegally dumping. Right? Someone telling him you are illegally dumping, and he arguing, man, but this is not legally dumping. Do you not read? You live in this country and you're not paying attention to the laws and the rules. Y'all act like
illegal dumping.
Like you.
Illegal dumping.
Right? DEH folks, has completed the bulk cleanup. There's no more bulk cleanup. Stop the illegal dumping. That's exactly what it is. You are making our neighborhoods and communities look like the asshole that you came from. And we must sit back and accept that this is okay. I thank the person who took the time to record this video and send it to me. Now, hear the joke. The poor guy, apparently his name is Dexter Dale. He decides now that he gonna message me to say, oh, somebody took a video of me. You don't post that up on Mall Road, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I want to make it very, very clear to y'all. Don't be getting me mixed up in none of your foolishness by sending me your stupid messages. Because if you know one thing about me, you're going to know that I ain't got no time for no foolishness. Okay? And it's as simple as that. On a good day, I'm going to tell you about your backside. So you're trying to avoid getting posted on CMR, and you think you can do that by sending this email. Hello, Miss Sandra. Someone just took a picture and video of me dumping old appliances. Really? Here by the football stadium in West Bay. I told him this area was authorized by the government to dump all of your old stuff during Christmas. That is over. Can you pay attention? Where the hell do y'all live? There was a whole schedule. DEH had specific days for specific districts. It doesn't continue forever, and it's not all through the Christmas. You're making our neighborhood look horrible. Now, I have a challenge for DEH. DEH, can y'all please put up signage at these locations that says no dumping? It can't be that hard. Is that DEH? Is that NRA? I don't know. But somebody please figure it out. It has to be done. Because these people, I mean, listen, they still not gonna read. Because y'all see, right? That they had the very tape up in Savannah, and they were ignoring the tape and still dumping. We have a beautification committee that just got done last week trying to clean up West Bay. And here you are, sir. Right? Adding old appliances to the mix. Dumping, you obviously own some kind of business where you're picking up old appliances and bush and whatever. Go to the dump. Stop being lazy. It is just unbelievable. And the only way we're going to address these sort of things is put you behind on CMR. That's why he ran and sent me this email about, oh, you got permission from government. He said he put me on Mall Road. I told him I would sue him if he did. Try and sue him. Please, your help is not in not exposing that photo. Appreciate your support. You do not have my support. Folks, you can only get my support when you do the right thing. I am not here as Santa's helper today to encourage you in your stupidity and your foolishness. If you are wrong, you are wrong. And I will gladly tell you that you are wrong. So I replied to the man. I said, sir, you are wrong. The bulk cleanup is over. Where do you live? The police even went as far as issuing a statement that it was going to fine people for illegal dumping for the same thing. And you have the audacity to send me an email about not to post up your stuff. And if the guy posts up, you got to sue him? Well, good luck with that. You can't sue somebody for demonstrating that you're the one who's actually the idiot. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, honey child.
Yes, my dear.
How are you?
Yep, right here.
Sounds like I need to send you a blood pressure pill, because it sounds like your blood pressure is through the roof.
No, honey child. They're not going to mess with me, but I can still tell them how it is.
My darling, I've been trying to get through for some reason or the other earlier, but I couldn't. But I want to go back a bit regarding the kids issue. with fighting and all these sorts of things. The problem is, Sandy, is that the issue starts at home, from home. There is no accountability. Parents don't care.
Yeah.
I have the same situation I'm dealing with here in Windsor Park. The parents don't care. The kids are out all hours of the night in our parks, smoking weed. And if parents have are caring, why are their kids out all hours of the night?
Unsupervised.
So they don't know what they do.
Yeah.
They don't know what they do. They don't know where they're at, and until the police come knocking on their door looking for them. I want to say parents need to take more responsibilities in knowing where their children is, who they're hanging with, what they're doing, and all that sort of thing. Because it's outrageous. And as I'm pretty sure you saw, it got so bad that I decorate the park every Christmas. And this Christmas, the kids just sit in there and start to pick out the bulbs out of the lights and cut the wire. I just got upset and I went and take everything down. It is sad, but the parents needs to get more involved in their children's lives. It is a crying shame to see how they just let these children go and let them do whatever they feel like, no matter who they hurt. You understand? No matter who or what they do, until the police come and then you hear them crying, Lord have mercy.
I know,
what
right?
now?
Yeah. And yet we still want to blame the police. Like I said, the police have a role to play, but parents and families and people in this community are the ones who are holding the criminals in such high regard and allowing them to torment everybody.
Exactly. But then in another nutshell, Sandy, the police, it calls with the situation with the crimes, the robberies and stuff, the police calls it petty crime. If they had dealt with it from in the bud, from it was started, from we brought it to their attention, what causing the people to rob other people, is these numbers issue? They know that they're getting in so much money. Of course, that's the reason they're being robbed. Now, here and lately, it has even gone as far as to cause someone's life. You understand? So if the police had only listened and take charge from, we have brought it to their attention, but they told us it's petty crime. So
well, not only that, caller, but even our legislators. Even if the police took it seriously, it was a $10 offense. I mean, the police got waste all kind of time and resources taking somebody to court when the penalty was only $10. That is your legislators.
Yes, it is.
That is how stupid. And they have allowed legislation to remain on the books. And look at the ones who've been there for the 15 years now. Let's hold them accountable. That don't even make any sense. Why would the police waste resources and time on the whole gambling issue when the most you can get is a $10 fine?
Not only that,
I mean, that worse than issuing a ticket that takes 2 minutes.
Not only that, the police themselves gambles. They breaks the laws instead of upholding the laws. You understand? Well, I'm understanding that the fine has raised. Now,
well,
let's see.
The bill is going through now. I don't think it's enforced yet, but it's coming.
Oh my, Sandy, we're not going to get anywhere. This island isn't going to get any better until we get some responsible police officers. You understand? We need some police officers who are willing to uphold their oath to serve, protect, and carry out the laws of the Cayman Islands. We have 1, 2 in there. That is not enough. And I'm telling you from experience, from being a community advocate in all of these communities in Cayman, it is a serious issue. They're not doing their jobs. You understand? So there needs to, and when they talk about help them find these criminals, in who in their right mind would do something of a sort, no matter how much money they're putting out there, when in return it will happen that they're gonna call. Well, it was Sandy who told me. Sandy who told me this. Who made this report? This allegations against you. I think that's where they have went wrong. That's why they don't have no trust in the community. There is no trust between the police and the community for the same said reason. They go and they tell the person that you report, it is you who the such and such a person who made the report. And I personally can say that. I personally know that from experience. Sometimes I find out, I find people going at me for no reason at all. When I come to find out, it's officers tell them, oh, Romelia did this or Romelia did that. You understand? Which is dead wrong. That's why nobody gonna come up and give them any sort of information, because they're putting people's lives in danger. When they do so they can put in $1 million and see if they'll get anywhere. There's no trust between the police and the communities. That trust have been broken years ago, and it seems as if they have no intentions of fixing it. If something is broken, it needs to be fixed.
What a mess. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it.
People tend to think that I lashes out with the police because I hate the police. God in heaven knows I don't. I don't, because I have some real close friends that are police officers. And as you know, that I awarded 3 officers, or my committee awarded 3 officers last month for the extremely good job they has been doing in the communities. But it's the fact of the matter is that we are losing our beautiful island that God given us or lent us, due to the fact that they are not upholding our laws. They are not doing what they are hired to do. And it's okay with the commissioner. It's okay with our governor. It's okay with our DG. But at the end of the day, it's ruining our island. It's ruining our island.
All right, my dear. Thanks very much. Jonathan
You're welcome,
says,
honey child. Have a blessed day.
You too, dear. Jonathan says $30 to $50 million a year is petty. I would think the government would want to have that business for themselves, but what do I know? Well, the issue of a national gambling situation is much more than that. First of all, Jonathan, what is the aim of it? You're hoping to stop the illegal numbers game from other places. You're hoping to stop illegal gambling, because that's not going to happen. There are people who are attracted to the illegal gambling for different reasons, right? Having illegal gambling may or may not impact whether those people buy from your gambling house versus the legal gambling systems that are already in place. The other thing is the money involved in running such an operation effectively. Everything from security to the accounts and banking, et cetera, is going to cost the country a pretty penny. When you consider the size of this population, and I know there's a lot of transient workers here who might be involved in the illegals numbers game. I don't know where you got the figure of $30 to $50 million from. I'm not sure who provided that figure and how accurate that is. But regardless of whatever it is, I don't think it's $30 to $50 million in Cayman, right? There will be a cost associated with doing it the right way. So one has to do what's called a cost benefit analysis, or SWOT analysis, to see if something, set aside the moral issues of gambling, whether you believe in gambling or not, right? Set aside all of that and just look at the very logical components involved in it to see if it makes any monetary sense. If you want to just talk dollars and cents. The Caymanian Times, he says, and they got it from where? I'm just saying, what's the source of that information? I don't know where they're getting that from, honey child. But we need to know before we can even have this discussion. What are the facts? Just because it's published in the Caymanian Times doesn't mean that I'm going to accept it as factual. Where did that information come from? Who has done an assessment to be able to tell you? We can't even tell you exactly how many people we have in the Cayman Islands in terms of our population. So who the hell can tell you with a degree of confidence what the gambling situation is in terms of, the actual money? Just like the illegal gamblers are targeted by the criminals, even a lawful gambling situation would be targeted. Where are you going to sell these numbers? At gas stations, churches? Like, how easy and convenient is it going to be for people to go and buy a number? Every single barbershop who's selling illegal numbers as well, you're going to allow them to sell legal numbers. You're going to have the exact same issues, except it's sanctioned by the government. And if the government's doing it, we have certain expectations of them. You're going to provide security now for every single establishment that is going to be selling these lotto tickets so that people are not trying to rob them. You have to make sure that there's auditors for how numbers are pulled and this, that, the next thing. There's a lot of discussion that needs to happen around whether or not this is something that really is worth our time. This mentality as well, that because we're trying to stamp out illegal activity, you just legalize it and there, whoo, whoo, that solves your problem, is a problematic mindset to get into. Child abuse is illegal. What next? Y'all gonna tell me we need to legalize that too? So that the problem will just disappear? I mean, there is a point when you have to say, hold on a second. What's the message that we're even trying to send here? That we can't control illegal activity, so let's just legalize it. Let's just make y'all go out there and snort all the coke you want. If you want to be a crack addict, that's on you. That's your personal First Amendment right to bear arms, First Amendment right to snort cocaine, Fifth Amendment right to, I mean, it's just like, at what point do you go, hold on a second. Are we a country of law-abiding citizens or not? What's the position? Yeah, whether it's illegal dumping, don't send me your cockamamie posts expecting me to take up for you when you're wrong. Whether it's Cuban nationals scaling the fence, it's wrong. We need to raise the bar in terms of our standards. Police, you're not going to get spared here today. Hate to tell you, but here we go with them. They are enforcers of the law, and some of them have no respect for the law themselves. Here's what somebody sent me yesterday. Worst parking in Cayman. This person says, I cannot believe that I witnessed 2 police officers blocking a parking route within the airport, Foster's Price Right, just so that they could go Christmas shopping at Price Right. I spoke to a manager at Price Right and showed him the photo I took to confirm whether or not this was a designated parking space. He was very surprised to see the police car in this space, as well as blocking the path and road, and confirmed that this is not a parking space. The male and female police officers were totally oblivious to the cars that were unable to pass the police Ford Explorer due to their selfishness. And here's some photographic evidence of what they were doing. Yeah? Now, what donkey can't see that this is not a parking spot? These are our CIPS officers that went shopping in a police car while on duty. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, huh? Let's say that they must have been shopping for the police, because maybe the police has a snack room, or I don't know. So let's assume that they were shopping for the police, not doing personal shopping. But still, the parking rules, as simple as that might seem, should be followed. If it's a handicapped spot, don't park in the handicapped spot. If it's another loading or unloading zone and you're not loading or unzone, don't use it. Right? If it's not even a parking spot at all, don't crotch up, especially when you are blocking other people. Now, sometimes there's no parking, I gotta tell you, at some of these places. Yeah, and you have no choice but to kind of crotch on the side of the road. But you are also responsible for not blocking traffic, not blocking other, users of the roads and that sort of thing. It's just common courtesy. It's really, really common courtesy. Ms. Darlene says she doesn't agree with what you're saying about the lottery. Simple place in supermarkets as forms of buying cards. So she said, now listen to me. Everybody that gets involved in it, whether it's a supermarket or not, they got to get a piece of the pie, right? They're not doing that for free. That burdens their staff, gives their staff something extra to do. So let's analyze the true cost versus the benefit of having a lotto system. What's going to be the benefit? What are you hoping to do? Like I said, you're hoping to control the illegal numbers business? Show me one jurisdiction that has legal gambling that has no illegal gambling, and then we can talk. because it doesn't work. Not for that purpose. You might be doing it for some other reason, but if that is the reason, every place has illegal gambling. Because the illegal gamblers, listen, the legal system cannot compete with them in any way, shape, or form. All right. So we have had a number of discussions this morning, folks. Covered a lot of ground. We'll keep you guys updated on the situation with the press conference. Now we're going to have our prizes. We need to give away some prizes, honey child, because we got a lot of stuff still on our list. So I'm thinking maybe we do some World Cup trivia. Yes. Let me see now. How many of y'all been paying attention? All right. Oh gosh, some of these are hard because I don't even know these answers myself. All right, first question. Ready? Okay, let's remind ourselves of the rules. You have to call in with the answer, 936-BOBO. That's 936-2626. Don't WhatsApp. You can WhatsApp call the 324 number because I still haven't set up the other phone WhatsApp yet. So you can WhatsApp call, right? I'll allow that. That's not a problem. If you've won already, you can't win again. So please give other people an opportunity. One chance only when you call. And if you get it wrong, you have to call back and try again. And don't call on the line, just hold up the line as I ask the question. Let the question be asked and then you can call in. All right. Question number 1. Which was the only English club to have a player in Cameroon squad? And shall I give people multiple choice or let them guess? What do y'all think? Y'all go ahead and guess. Let's guess and see how smart you guys are. So here's the question again. 936-BOBO is the number. Which was the only English club, my apologies, to have a player in Cameroon squad? English clubs. So think about who they are. Look like I might be stomping y'all head today. Johan, where are you? You should know some of this stuff. Woo! No? Wow. Phone lines are dead this morning. Y'all like Sandy, we don't know nothing about no football. Oh boy. Should we start off a little bit easier than that? Is that too hard? All right. Let's start with an easier one because I think y'all lost. Y'all like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay, here's a good one. We got a caller who might be guessing. Good morning, caller. You want to guess your hand at that first one?
Manchester United.
Manchester United. Hold on a second now. No, that's not on the list. All right, okay, let's try it. You're welcome. Let's try another caller. Morning, caller. What's your guess? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi. You're gonna wager a guess?
Is it Brentford?
Yes, that is the correct answer.
Yes.
Very good. Wow. You know a little bit about football. All right. So pick a number for me.
21.
Number 21. Oh, right. So that's the new Michelle Obama book. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So listen now, you're calling from a landline number, yes?
Yeah.
So what I need for you to do is to actually WhatsApp me from your mobile number so that we can get a hold of you and make sure that you actually get your prize.
Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, folks. All right. That was a little bit tough, but okay. Here's number 2. Who was the first nation to be eliminated from the tournament? First nation to be eliminated from the tournament. Y'all should know. This one should be pretty easy, actually. Who was the first nation to be eliminated from the tournament? Good morning, caller.
Qatar.
Yay! That's right. Beautiful. Pick a number. I think we're up
71.
to 71. Oh, yes. Did you say 71?
Yes.
Okay. So 71 is a miniature refillable perfume set. So they come empty and you can pump them full of your favorite fragrances. I think they come like in a pack of 4 so that you can always have one in your handbag of your favorite fragrance. Congratulations. Now hold on 1 second. Let me just get down all of your information here. So number 71, I'm going to just take down your phone number so we can know how to get in contact with you about collecting your prize. Okay, very good. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty. All right, good. That was pretty good. Okay, the first FIFA World Cup tournament was held when? The first FIFA World Cup tournament, when was it held? This is good. Oh, using your Google fingers, honey chill. All right, give it a try. Guess a year. Yes, the first FIFA World Cup tournament. What year was it held? Caller, good morning. What are you gonna guess?
Morning. Was it 1932?
No. That's not the correct answer.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Good morning, caller. How are you?
1930.
1930.
You're most welcome.
Hold on now. 1930. Yes, that is correct. All right, hold on.
Yep.
Hold on 1 second for me. Let me just
July 13, 1930.
Oh, yes, you know the year too. All right, pick a number for me.
What number?
Between 1 and 79.
Number 15.
Okay, let me just double check and make sure that number is available. You said 15, right?
15, yeah, 15.
Yeah. So number 15. Yep, that is a wellness planner. This is fantastic for the new year to get you started off on the right foot.
Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. All right, let me just make sure I'm being very careful with the numbers today. Make sure I'm writing down the numbers correctly. All right. So 1 second here now. Okay, very good. Let me pick another question. Hold on. All right, what was the name of the animal oracle that predicted the results of the World Cup matches in 2010 by eating from boxes with flags on it? So you got to guess what kind of animal oracle predicted the results of the World Cup matches in 2010 by eating from boxes with flags on it. What was it? What sort of animal was it? Anybody? By the way, anybody who works at Royal Bank, please answer the phone. A gentleman has messaged to say that he was on the phone for over an hour. Nobody answered the phone. He hung up and he's calling back again. Royal Bank, please answer the phone. 949-4600. People are calling and nobody's answering. Morning, caller. Uh-oh. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. Was it the octopus?
Yes. Do you know his name by any chance?
Animal oracle?
No. No. But I'm going to give it to you.
Paul.
Paul, yes. It was Paul the octopus. Very good. All right, pick a number for me.
25.
Number 25 is gone already.
Okay. 11.
Number 11 is gone already. Go high or in the middle range, or start out with number 1 through 10. So lots of prizes still on the list.
63.
Number 63. Let me just double check. And I think number 63 is still available. And number 63 is a mammogram courtesy of Health City, Cayman Islands. Congratulations. All right, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next World Cup. Lots of options here in terms of prizes. How many teams can proceed to the knockout stage? How many teams can proceed to the knockout stage? Football fans, this is your chance. Good morning. Caller? Hello? No. That one didn't come through. Good morning, caller. Hello.
Morning.
Hi.
Hello.
How many teams can proceed to the knockout stage?
Is it 16?
That is correct. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pick a number for me.
Let's try 42.
Number 42. Ooh la la. Let me make sure it's available. Number 42. Yes, number 42 is a $100 gift certificate from Penha and a Waffle Monkeys gift certificate as well. So congratulations. You can go for lunch at Waffle Monkeys and get a nice perfume gift set while you're at it.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much.
Hold on one second. Let me just grab that number.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good.
All right, folks. 936 Bobo is the telephone number. Let's move on to our World Cup questions. Which country? Oh, wait a minute. Is this right? Hold on a second. I feel like this is. I'm questioning the answer to this. Oh, okay. This one might throw y'all off a little bit. I feel like this is a bit of a trick question. All right. The question is, what country became the first from Africa to compete at a World Cup finals? First in Africa to compete at the World Cup finals. Which country? Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Is it Morocco?
No, it's not. And I figured people would think it was that one. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Sandy. Good morning.
Good morning. The answer?
Good morning.
Yes, the answer?
Yes, I was just about to say Morocco.
Oh, no, that's not it.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, dear. Good morning, caller. What country became the first from Africa to compete at a World Cup finals?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. It is a trick question. It is a trick question because no African country has ever competed at a World Cup final.
Nope, that's not the correct answer.
So.
All right, let's try again. That's not it. Good morning, caller.
Nope, that's not the correct answer. It's Egypt.
It is Egypt. Egypt was the first African country to participate in the World Cup finals in 1934, more than 3 decades before the next appearance. Yes. So congratulations. Pick a number for me.
44.
Number 44 is gone already. Pick another number.
Oh.
Number 2. Number 2 is a life coaching book Very good. Let me just take down your number. Yes, lovely. Congratulations. All right, folks. So that was a good try. Yes, apparently Egypt. Very, very interesting. All right, next one. Which country was the first to win 2 World Cups? Which country was the first to win 2 World Cups? Good morning, caller. Which country was the first to win 2 World Cups?
Oh, 2 World Cups. I'm going to say Cameroon.
No, ma'am. Good
Okay.
guess, but that's not it. Good morning, caller. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Which country was the first to win 2 World Cups?
Okay, before I answer that, just for those that might be listening, the other question about the first African team, you said it was 1934 that they went to the finals. That is not correct. They did not go in 1934. The teams that went to the finals in 1934, it was Italy versus Czechoslovakia. Okay, so I don't know where that information came from about Egypt. And
so I'll send you the information about where it came from. I'll send you the details.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, I'm not arguing about the date. That's fine. I'm just, speaking about the actual information. And so to answer the other question, who were the first winners, I think you said, of the World Cup?
The first to win 2 World Cups.
Okay, that would have been Italy.
Yes, that is correct, caller.
And that was 1934 and 1938.
All right, very good. Pick a number between 1 and 79.
I like small numbers.
Number 2. Someone just picked number 2, so pick another number.
All right, I'll go with number 3.
Number 3 is an Amazing Grace planner for 2023.
All right, can you pass that to give on to someone else? I don't need a planner.
All right, my dear, no problem.
All right.
Okay, good.
Put it back. Put it back.
Put it back. Okay, very good.
Okay. Merry Christmas to someone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. So let's move on to the next question. All right. We're going to do as many of these rapid fire as we can. We're a little bit into overtime this morning. Let me see. How many times has Scotland been eliminated in the first round of the World Cup? How many times has Scotland been eliminated? Caller, how many times has Scotland been eliminated from the World Cup?
Oh, I am behind in the questions then.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yes, I think there's always a little bit of a delay. Good morning, caller. How many times has Scotland been eliminated from the World Cup?
18.
No. No, not 18. All right, folks, keep guessing. Good morning, caller. How many times has Scotland been eliminated from the World Cup? Round 1, first round of the World Cup.
Has it been 8 times?
That is correct.
Really?
All right, caller, pick a number.
God, what's available?
There's still tons left. So you can go low numbers, mid numbers, lots of stuff still left.
All right, well, I hope to live to at least see 72.
72.
72 taken?
Let me just have a quick look. I think it's still available. Yes. Okay. So 72 is the Health City Executive Physical. So you're probably going to live a long time if you go over there and take them seriously.
That's what I wanted.
So that is your executive physical. Caller, give me 1 second. Let me just jot down your number here. Awesome. And I'm sure you live past 72, by the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is interesting. What was unusual or bizarre about Australia's qualification for the 1998 World Cup? So the question again is, what was unusual or bizarre about Australia's qualification for the 1998 World Cup? What was unusual? Oh gosh, sorry. What was unusual about it? Anybody? Australia, 1998. Good morning, caller. What was unusual about it?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm confused. I'm confused myself. It looks like they'd lost to Iran over something about missing their chance to play, so they were kind of guaranteed 0.25 qualifying spot. I don't know. I'm confused.
Nope, that's not it. But that sounds like it was a confusion situation, but that's not it.
Oh, okay, go.
Thank you. All right, caller. Uh-oh. The calls are coming in fast and then they disappeared. All right. So the question is, what was bizarre or unusual about Australia's qualification for the 1998 World Cup?
Is it that they qualified without losing a match?
That's correct, caller. They were unbeaten. No, they were unbeaten, but still didn't qualify for the tournament.
It still didn't qualify.
Close enough. I'm going to give it to you.
Okay.
Pick a number.
66.
Number 66. Let me see here. Looks like 66 is still on the board. Number 66 is a Samsung A1 phone. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And let me just jot down your number. All right, beautiful. So expect a phone call a little bit later on. Fantastic. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Merry Christmas. Let's do some more because we still got lots and lots of prizes on the table. Ooh, this is a good one. How many goals did Maradona score to help the home team Argentina, remember they just won again, win the championship in 1978? So Maradona, big guy, a big name, I should say, in the world of football. How many goals did he score to help the home team Argentina win the championship in 1978? How many? Good morning, caller. How many goals did he score?
34.
Nope. 34? No. I was saying yesterday, maybe I'll make that a trivia question. It's not on my list, but I'll tell you guys in a second. All right, how many goals did Maradona score to help his home team, Argentina, win the championship in 1978?
3. He had a hat trick.
No, that is incorrect. All right, folks, let's keep trying. Good morning, caller. How many goals did he score? Uh-oh. I think we got some cross wires there. Here we go. Another one coming in. Morning, caller. How many goals did he score?
24.
24? No. I don't even think anybody scores that high in football. Not this football. Really? You're thinking of American football, I think. All right, folks. Try again. 936 Bobo is the telephone number. Anybody? Looks like this one got y'all confused. 24, 11, no? Anybody? 936 Bobo is the telephone number. Let's try again. Morning caller.
5.
No, it's not 5. Good morning, caller. What's your guess? Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
2?
No, ma'am. It's not 2. Good morning, caller. How many goals did Maradona score to help the home team Argentina win the championship in 1978?
Hello?
Did you say 8? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, what was your guess?
0.
0. That is correct. He didn't score. He scored 0 goals. Whew, that one had y'all going there for a second. Give me a number, please.
9.
Okay, hold on one second. Make sure I put down your number correctly. Number 9 is, yes, mouse pad, waffle monkey gift certificate, and $10 gift card. Let me just make sure that one's still available. Number 9, it looks like it's still available. Congratulations, caller.
Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, that one, yeah, he didn't score. Isn't that crazy? All right, speaking of scoring, the highest scoring World Cup match. What was the score and who played? The highest scoring World Cup match, because y'all talking about 24. I'm like, I've never heard anybody in soccer scoring all 24. What is the highest scoring World Cup match? And you can either tell me when it was played and who was in it. I'll take either or. What score? Give me the score. And then who was in it. Good morning, caller.
All right, I better get enough prizes for this one.
Have you won already?
Well, let's see. Was it the 1954 tournament where Austria beat Switzerland 7-5?
Yes, it was. But didn't you just win a prize?
Right?
You can't win more than once.
Oh, I hear you.
Yes, but it was the 1954, June 1954. Switzerland, Austria played out a 12-goal thriller, 7-5. It broke the record for the number of goals scored in a FIFA World Cup game. And you know what the temperature was? 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Pretty crazy. That heat must have energized them. All right, but you can only win once. I know. You should give somebody else the answer who hadn't won. All right, let's move. No, you can only win once.
All right. Cool.
All right, so let's keep it going. Who won the top scorer title at the tournament in Mexico in 1986? So who won the top scorer title at the tournament in Mexico in 1986?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm sorry. I just want to go back to the previous question. You were asking what was the high score in a World Cup final and which teams or what year, I think you said. Okay, so what year did you say the finals was?
The highest scoring? Yes, it was, hold on one second. It was June 1954 between Austria and Switzerland.
But I don't know where you're getting this information from, but that's not correct because the highest scoring World Cup game that they ever had, it was in 1958. It was hosted in Sweden, and it was Brazil versus Sweden, and that score was 5-2. So I'm not sure.
Well, 7-5 definitely beats 5-2.
I know.
So,
but well, like I said, it's conflicting information. So,
let me give you the top 10 highest scoring. I'll actually send it to you on WhatsApp so that you can have a look. But there is a top 10.
Okay. That's okay because you know I'm a sports person. I have my sports trivia. I would trust this over whatever, Google or whomever is saying. And I don't know if there are any other football people out there that, could contradict me or confirm it. But, I mean, to date, that is the highest score recorded. And it was 1958, hosted in Sweden, and it was Brazil versus Sweden. So Brazil had 5 and Sweden had 2. So
because for FIFA World Cup for 1958, I have France versus Paraguay 7-3, and that was at the group stage as being number 1 for that year.
Oh, I thought you said the final.
No. I'm just saying because you mentioned 1958. That isn't the answer that I'm looking for at all. But I'm saying for that year, I have France and Paraguay, and France and Germany having the highest scores. So
a group in a group match is completely different than a final.
Yeah, I didn't say final at all. The question was the highest scoring World Cup match, and the answer across the board everywhere that I've seen online is definitely June of 1954 between Switzerland and Austria.
I mean, if it's a group stage match, yes, I stand corrected. I thought the question was finals.
Yeah, it didn't have that much detail in it. It's just the highest scoring World Cup game. So
okay, well, like
yes,
the game is different than the final.
Okay,
so I stand corrected. Then. Okay.
All right, there. Morning caller. Hi.
I've got. Is it Gary Lineker?
I've lost track of what we were even talking about now. My apologies.
It was the.
Who won the top score? Yes. What was the name? Sorry.
Gary Lineker.
Gary Lineker. Yes, I'll give that to you. 1986. Very good. Pick a number, please.
18.
Number 18. Oh, yeah. So number 18 is a life coaching book and a gift certificate to Cayman Bay for $50.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Congratulations. Now, hold on 1 second for me. Let me just write down. You're calling on WhatsApp. Let me just jot down the last couple of digits here. Yes. Okay, and that was number 18. Yes, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, my dear. All right, let's keep it going. Okay. All right, so the next question. Okay. The first tournament for both Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo in 2006. How many goals did they score each? So these are the two great modern day sort of players, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. How many goals each did they score? 2006. How many goals did they, when they played against each other, I guess for the first time, how many goals did they score? Good morning, caller.
Hi, Sandy. You got me stressed out here today. What go on here, Lord? I think 1-1. One each?
One each. That's correct.
Oh my God, praise the Lord.
Very good, very good. Pick a number.
What are our options left now? What am I
You got lots of 1 to 10 looks good. And then anything in the
well, you know,
30s, 40s.
For the score, we're gonna go with number 1.
Number 1 is an oil and vinegar bottle. You know, little oil and vinegar bottles? This is the double one. Yep. You've gotten yourself one of those.
Okie dokie.
Number 1. Let me just take down your number.
Like my life right now, oil and vinegar.
Now you can try to contain it in a bottle.
You know what? I need one of them health checks after all the stress this morning.
Oh my gosh. Congratulations, caller.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, I got to tell you, those health checks, they're not cheap enough. That's a good little prize. So we got all kind of stuff that's still left on here. The 30s, 40s, 50s. 1 through 10 still looks pretty good. Y'all are like doing them in clusters, I feel like. Okay. So let me see. Okay, this is interesting. In 1962, a stray dog ran into the field in the Brazil versus England match. Striker Jimmy Greaves picked up the dog, and what was the outcome? This is funny. So in 1962, stray dog runs onto the field, Brazil versus England. Striker Jimmy Greaves picked up the dog, and what happened? Few options in there in terms of what happened. What do you guys think? Tell me. What happened? 1962. La-di-da. Here we go. Caller, good morning.
Good morning. Did the dog bite him?
No, that's a good guess though, but no, he didn't bite him.
Okay.
Good morning, caller. What happened? 1962.
Good morning.
Hello?
The dog urinated all over him?
Yes, the dog urinated all over him, and he had to wear that smelly shirt for the rest of the game because he didn't have a shirt to change into. Wah! Talk about an ungrateful dog, right? All right, pick a number, please.
48.
Number 48. Let's see, 48. Nope, 48's gone already.
49?
Number 49. Let me see here. 49. Looks like 49's available. No, 49's gone already too. Nope, sorry, 49's gone. Sorry, which one?
73.
73. Didn't somebody win 73 today? Or is that still on the table? Hold on. Nope, 73 is still there. All right. So 73 is a mammogram from Health City, Cayman Islands. All right. So I've got I see you're calling from work. So just WhatsApp us your mobile number.
No problem.
All right. Thanks very much. Okay. That's interesting. The dog peed on him. Talk about a little ungrateful dog. Maybe he was just nervous. Some dogs do that when you pick them up. They get so nervous, they'll pee on you. All right. The official song for the 1998 World Cup was called La Copa de la Vida. La Copa de la Vida. Which Latin American singer recorded the song? La Copa de la Vida. 1998 World Cup official song. What was the official song this year? Did they have an official song this year? I don't remember any excitement about an official song. Or is that against the Islam culture or something? Why we didn't hear anything about one? Good morning, caller.
Morning. Was it Selena?
No, it was not Selena.
Okay.
Okay. Was Selena still alive in 1978? I thought she died. 1998. I thought she died by then. Good morning, caller. What's your guess?
Is it Ricky Martin?
Yes, Ricky Martin sang La Copa de la Vida. Pick a number, please.
Let's go with 43.
43?
Yeah.
I feel like 43 might be gone already, but hold on. Yes, 43 is gone already.
All right. What about 23?
23 is gone already. Pick high and mid.
What's the highest number?
Well, start low, I should say, instead of high. Start low, like number 1 through 10. And then you got lots left in the 30-ishes.
Let's go with 8.
Number 8 is gone already.
Number 1 then.
Number 1 is gone already. Somebody just picked number 1, actually. How about number 5?
What about? All right, yeah.
Let's go with number 5. Number 5 is a Cayman gift certificate, $50.
Awesome.
All right, let me just take down your number. 1 second here. Okay. All right. Congratulations, young man. Okay. We still got more left. All right. Let me see. Okay, what color was the ball used in the 1966 final? What color was the ball used in the 1966 final? Interesting. Good morning, caller. What color was the ball used in the 1966 final?
Good morning. Was it a red ball?
No, sir. It was not a red ball. All right. Good morning, caller. What color was the ball that was used in the 1966 final? Hello? Caller? Can't hear you. Okay. Caller, good morning. What color was the ball used in the 1966 final? Oh, I can't hear. All of a sudden, I can't hear anybody. Hello? Caller? No? Okay. I'm not sure. Hello, caller? Is it me? But I can't hear anybody. Hello? All right, hold on. Maybe it's me in the phone. I don't know what's happened. Let me unplug it and plug it back in. Hold on one second. Hello, caller. Can you hear me? Hello, caller. Can you hear me? I can't hear anybody. What's going on? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Caller? Hello. Oh my goodness. People are calling. I'm just not hearing anyone. Hello? Can you hear me? I don't know what's going on. The phone lines must be tired, honey chill. Good morning, caller. Can you hear me? No? Hello? Anybody there? Can you hear me now? Oh my goodness. Hello, caller.
Hi, Miss Sandra.
Hi.
Yes, white, yellow, and orange.
No. No, my dear. You'll have to try again. No. All right. I don't know what's going on. Let me put it on speakerphone. Morning, caller. Hello? Hello, caller. Can you hear me? I got it in speakerphone. Y'all still can't hear me. What's going on? Hello. Hello, caller. Can you hear me? Child, the phone must have done worn out because I can't hear anybody. It's on speakerphone. Hi, caller. Can you hear me? Okay, what's going on? Hello? Like literally, it's on speakerphone. And people can't hear me. What's going on? Hello, caller. Can you hear me? No, sir. It's like no. Hello? Anybody there? Okay, this is weird. I don't know what's going on with the phone lines now. Hello, caller? Hello? What a mess. Maybe we get one more answer and then we have to give up because the phone lines are not working. Morning, caller.
Good morning, white, yellow, and orange.
No, I'm looking for one of those colors only.
Orange.
Yes, it was a bright orange color.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, pick a number for me.
Do you have 7?
Number 7. Let me see. Oh, no, we can still do number 7. And number 7 is a wireless Bluetooth speaker. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Very well done. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, caller?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, no, not you. Sorry. I was trying to see what was going on with the regular calls. That was a WhatsApp call. Hi. Can you hear me? Hello?
Is it Orange? I was calling, but I wasn't.
Oh, for some reason I couldn't hear. No, I can hear you now, but that question's already been answered. But I'll give you another question. What year was the World Cup first broadcast on TV? What year was the World Cup first broadcast on TV? We'll make this the final question of the day, and then we're going to wrap it up. What year was the World Cup first broadcast on TV? Good morning, caller.
Hi, Scott. It's me again. And I think I'm right this time. 1954.
Yes, you finally got it.
Yes, finally.
It was broadcast in 1954. First time it was televised. Pick a number for me.
Amelia, what number? 26.
Number 26 is already gone.
75.
75 is already gone.
Okay, we'll go number 9.
Number 9. Didn't somebody just pick number 9 today? Number 9 is already gone.
Oh my God.
Try 1 through 6.
75. Okay, we'll take number 4.
Number 4 is a vegetable chopper.
Okay, thank you.
All right, my dear. This makes your cooking a lot easier. You just put the vegetables in there and you press it down and boom, it's all done. All right, congratulations to everyone who won today. We still got some more prizes to give away, so make sure you tune in tomorrow and continue to play on tomorrow's program. Big shout out to Chuck. He's the real elf that's in the background working to make sure that we could go into overtime. I appreciate it, Chuck. So stay tuned for some news headlines and continue to tune into the program. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Hello, I'm Kevin Watler, and this is your CMR Daily Buzz. Here's a summary of some of Cayman's latest headlines. 20-year-old Jordan Crooks has made history and became the first Caymanian to win gold on Day 5 of the men's finals in the World's Championships for Swimming in Australia over the weekend. To celebrate the big win, the public is invited to Hero Square on Wednesday at 5:30. The Commissioner of Police briefed Cabinet and members of Parliament on the current spike in robberies in the Cayman Islands. The Premier and Governor issued statements asking the public to help police with information that could lead to taking the robbers off the street. $100,000 is being offered through Crime Stoppers for information leading to the arrest and conviction of these robbers. Liquor, music, and dancing license holders will get an extension beyond regular closing times on New Year's Eve. The Liquor Licensing Board made the decision that bars, nightclubs, restaurants, and hotels are permitted to sell liquor until 1:50 and play music until 2 in the morning on Sunday, January 1st, 2023. Standalone bars and seagoing vessels will soon be able to play music of a low background nature for their customers on Sundays during prescribed operating hours when new legislation comes into effect. The Music and Dancing Control Amendment Bill 2022 was passed during the latest meeting of Parliament. Presented by the Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, the Honourable Andre Ebanks, the bill is intended to equalize economic opportunities for owners of standalone bars and seagoing vessels on Sundays. The Cayman Islands government, in conjunction with the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, is launching a grassroots public education and awareness campaign to help the community better understand the equal rights and legal protection of those with disabilities, in particular when it comes to accessible parking or blue spots. There is good news from the medical community for long-term sufferers of acid reflux disease, which is the most common gastrointestinal disease in the Caribbean and across the globe. A new treatment is now available, and a gastroenterologist from Health City, Cayman Islands, says it is a great option for patients who do not respond to lifestyle modifications and medications. Money raised by a basketball tournament hosted by ACX Basketball was donated to Protect Our Future and Plastic Free Cayman, and the funds will go toward continuing their mission of maintaining and preserving the beauty of ecological power of the Cayman Islands. Now for your CMR weather update. It's brought to you by WG Charters. Sunrise around 6:53, mainly sunny skies are expected when the temperature is at 84 degrees Fahrenheit and humidity at 66% like the forecast calls for. It will feel like it's in the low 90s. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour, and the sun sets around 5:51. At nighttime, the temperature falls to the mid-70s. Looking forward, similar weather conditions are expected. If you would like to know more on any of these stories, visit caymanmallroad.com or follow Cayman Mall Road on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. We end with a message from the Governor and Premier on the recent increase in robberies.
The RCIPS has a proven track record of confronting and reducing serious crime, and as a country we must support the brave men and women of the RCIPS who risk their lives to keep us safe. The RCIPS needs the help of the community to tackle this serious crime spree, and the community engagement is necessary to identify and apprehend the criminals involved. The police need our support to keep our businesses, homes and families safe. There are people in the community who know the identity of these criminals. If you do, you have a duty to your country and your community to share the information you know. This can be done by contacting RCIPS using their online form, which you can do anonymously, or by calling the RCIPS confidential tip line at 949-7777, where you can leave an anonymous voicemail. Also, you may submit tips to the Cayman Crime Stoppers on their website, caymancrimestoppers.com, and it will be shared with the RCIPS without identifying the source. We are pleased to announce that Crime Stoppers has offered an award of up to 25,000 CI dollars for information leading to the arrest and conviction of these robbers. We wish to record our thanks to Crime Stoppers for being a valuable partner in safeguarding our community. It is for this reason that we as a government have pledged an additional 75,000 CI to be added to the reward to encourage persons to help the authorities bring these perpetrators to justice.
Today, Friday, 16th December, the Commissioner of Police briefed Cabinet and Members of Parliament on the current spike in robberies here in our islands. Today we learned that there have been 32 armed robberies, whether with a firearm or bladed weapon, reported to the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service since August. These robberies span from retail and commercial stores, robbery of the person, and also include 2 instances linked to illegal gambling. The RCIPS has identified a loosely associated group of suspects involved in the commission of these robberies, who often operate in small groups of 4 or less. The RCIPS has deployed additional resources, both overtly and covertly, including additional officers with firearms to protect the community and arrest those responsible for the robberies. During what is traditionally one of the most pleasant times of year, we know that there's been public concern with the recent spike in reported robberies throughout the community. We wish to assure the public that we, along with members of Cabinet and all MPs, share your concern. These robberies do not align with our strong Caymanian values of honesty, strong work ethic, and caring for our neighbors.
That's it for now on a Daily Buzz. Thank you for joining me. Please stay safe and God bless.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.